Good morning, everyone. This is Jose Romero, your chairman. I am gaveling into order the Saturday, December 12th, 2020 emergency meeting of the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices. I want to thank you all for giving up your weekend and coming to this meeting. The work we are about to undertake is of national importance. And I appreciate all of the time and effort you have dedicated to this project. So I will turn this over to Dr. Amanda Cohn, our Executive Secretary. Dr. Cohn.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you to Dr. Romero, as well as all of our ACIP voting members for all of the time and countless hours you have all spent to get us to this meeting today. And especially thank you to the FDA for the huge lift that they have done over the last several days to authorize the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine last night. That means that today we can consider a vote for recommendations for the Pfizer vaccine product. So on our agenda today, we will review the evidence to recommendations framework and clinical considerations. We will then have discussion around those presentations and then a motion to consider recommendations to vote. We will then take a break. We will return for an hour public comment period, and then we will come back for the vote. For everyone's awareness, we will need to vote today both on the Pfizer recommendations. In addition, we will be voting on amendments to the 2021 childhood and adolescent and adult immunization schedules. These schedules were both voted to be approved in October of 2020. We will be considering adding the language that was voted on and approved around COVID vaccination to the immunization schedules for 2021. Finally, I want to welcome all of you liaison members and ex officios, as well as all of you watching the program on the live web stream. I want to assure you that we are getting slides up and available to all of you as quickly as we possibly can. I know we've received several texts and emails this morning, and it is easier for us to continue with our work and get the slides up there than to respond to some of these. But it is the same share a file link that was sent out to members and ex officios and liaisons as yesterday. There are two folders, one for Friday presentations and one for Saturday presentations. The slides may not quite be available up on the website, but we are getting them up there as fast as we can as well. And those will be available for the public on our main ACIP website page at www.cdc.gov/vaccines/ACIP. Dr. Romero, I would like for us to quickly introduce and make sure take roll call for just the voting members this morning. And at the same time, I would like for the voting members to indicate their conflict of interest. The persons who have participated, either they or their institutions, who have participated in any of the COVID-19 vaccine clinical trials will be recusing themselves from the vote today for the product-specific recommendations. They will be able to vote on the amendments to the childhood and adolescent and adult immunization schedules. So Dr. Romero, would you like to start with roll call of the voting members only, please?
I will do so. So as indicated by Dr. Cohn, please state your institution and any conflicts of interest. I will begin. Jose Romero, Secretary of Health for State of Arkansas, Professor of Pediatrics and Infectious Diseases at the University of Arkansas for Medical Sciences. Dr. Atmar.
Thank you, Dr. Romero. Robert Atmar, Professor of Medicine, Baylor College of Medicine. I have a conflict in that I participated in some of the NIH-supported COVID-19 vaccine trials. Over.
Thank you. Let me admit that if I did not say that, I do not have any conflicts of interest, so forgive me. Dr. Alt, please.
David Alt, Professor of Obstetrics and Gynecology at the University of Kansas Medical Center in Kansas City, Kansas. I have no conflicts.
Thank you and good morning. Dr. Bata, Ms. Bata.
Good morning. Lynn Bata, public health nurse, immunization clinical consultant at the Minnesota Department of Health.
Any conflicts, Ms. Bata?
Sorry, no conflicts.
Thank you. Dr. Bell.
Beth Bell, clinical professor in the Department of Global Health at the University of Washington. No conflicts.
Good morning and welcome. Dr. Bernstein.
Good morning. This is Hank Bernstein, professor of pediatrics at Zucker School of Medicine at Hofstra Northwell. I have no conflicts.
Good morning. Dr. Fry.
Sharon Fry, professor, thank you. Sharon Fry, professor of internal medicine at St. Louis University, St. Louis, Missouri. And I have conflicts because I am participating in phase 3 COVID trials here at St. Louis University. Thank you.
Good morning and welcome. Dr. Hunter.
Paul Hunter, Associate Professor of Family Medicine and Community Health at the University of Wisconsin in Madison. I have grant funding from Pfizer for a small quality improvement project on pneumococcal conjugate vaccine. Thanks.
Thank you and good morning. Dr. Lee.
Grace Lee, Associate Chief Medical Officer at Stanford Children's Health, Professor of Pediatrics, Stanford University School of Medicine, and I have no conflicts.
Ms. McNally.
Good morning, Veronica McNally, President of the Franny Strong Foundation, based in Michigan, and I have no conflicts.
Thank you and good morning. Dr. Paling.
Good morning. This is Dr. Kathy Paling. I'm a professor of pediatrics and epidemiology and prevention at Wake Forest School of Medicine. I have no conflicts.
Good morning and thank you. Dr. Sanchez.
Thank you, Jose. This is Pablo Sanchez. I'm Professor of Pediatrics in the Division of Neonatology and Pediatric Infectious Diseases at the Nationwide Children's Hospital, The Ohio State University in Columbus. Thank you. No conflicts.
Thank you and good morning. Dr. Szilagyi.
Hi, Peter Szilagyi. I am Professor and Executive Vice Chair of the Department of Pediatrics at UCLA, and I have no conflicts. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you. Dr. Talbot.
Good morning. I'm Kip Talbot. I'm an associate professor in infectious diseases at Vanderbilt University, and I have no conflicts.
Thank you. So all members are present, 3 with conflicts, Dr. Atmar, Dr. Fry, and Dr. Hunter. Thank you, Dr. Cohen. Back to you.
Great. Thank you.
You are muted.
Dr. Romero, can you hear me? Can you hear me now? Who? We are muted. It will take a minute. Please go ahead, Dr. Romero. I could actually.
Okay. They just said that they can hear you. Somebody said you could hear them. Said you could hear us.
Dr. Romero,
so will we begin with the first topic? Coronavirus disease 2019 vaccines with an introduction by Dr. Beth Bell. Dr. Bell, please.
Well, thank you. Could I have the slides, please?
Oh, crap.
Thank you. Next, please. For any of you that might not be aware, on December 11th, that is last night, the FDA issued an emergency use authorization for emergency use of the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine for the prevention of COVID-19 for individuals 16 years of age and older. Next, please. At our emergency meeting yesterday, we heard from the Pfizer-BioNTech people about their clinical development. We had a presentation about the grade analysis for the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine. And we heard a summary of the Workgroup interpretation of the data on the benefits and harms. Today, we will be reviewing the evidence to recommendation framework for the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine. We will be talking about the clinical considerations for use of the vaccine. There will be a public comment period, and then there will be votes. One, on the use of Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine, and second, inclusion into immunization schedules. And I'll just note that the recommendation for, or the vote on the use of the vaccine is an interim recommendation, and that these recommendations will be coupled with the interim recommendations on allocation, one of which the ACIP has already made, and others of which will be forthcoming in the future. Next, please. Next, please. And here's our list again. And again, next, please. Our list of CDC participants in the work group. Next. Thank you very much for your work so far and for our work today. And back to you, Dr. Romero.
Thank you, Dr. Bell. So next, we'll have Dr. Oliver present evidence to recommendation framework for the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine. Dr. Oliver, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Next slide. Next slide. So as a reminder, the Evidence to Recommendations, or ETR framework, is a structure to describe information considered in moving from evidence to ACIP vaccine recommendations. It also provides transparency around the impact of additional factors on deliberation when considering a recommendation. Next slide. As a reminder, this is the policy question we're addressing today. Should vaccination with the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine be recommended for persons 16 years of age and older? Uh-oh.
Dr. Cohn, I'm just checking. We have sound?
Can you hear us, Dr. Romero?
Can anyone hear me from the audience? Voting members?
We can hear.
Yes,
No.
we can hear you, but we cannot hear Dr.
Okay.
So for everyone's awareness, it appears that we are muted on the Zoom call, but not muted on the live webcast. So if you could hang in there for about 2 minutes, we're going to briefly pause and try to sort this out. And we will be back with you shortly. Dr. Romero, you're welcome to sing a song.
I've been notified, this is Jose Romero. I've been notified they are working on audio issues. As I get updates, I will let you know. Thank you very much. I'm told that we will have sound shortly.
Dr. Romero, this is Dr. Oliver. Can you hear me?
I can. Can other members of the audience hear?
Yes.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you, Dr. Oliver.
Great. Apologies for the prior issues. So we'll start on this slide. As a reminder, this is the policy question that we're addressing today. Should vaccination with the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine be recommended for persons 16 years of age and older under an emergency use authorization? Next slide. This is the PICO question as the focus of our ETR discussion. The population is persons aged 16 years of age and older. The intervention is the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine. The comparison is no vaccine. And the outcomes are listed here, which were detailed yesterday. Next slide. These are the domains for the evidence to recommendation framework that we will be discussing today. Each domain has a question or questions that the work group will provide judgment on. Next slide. As we walk through this, we will be changing the vaccine or the intervention in the questions to the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine, and we will replace the problem with the COVID-19 disease. Next slide. The first domain we will address is the public health problem. Next slide. The main question associated with this domain is COVID-19 disease of public health importance? The additional questions to help inform this discussion include, are the consequences serious? Is it urgent? And are a large number of people affected by COVID-19? For each domain, we'll be reviewing the available evidence to help answer the questions addressed by this domain. As you can see here, as of December 10th, there have been over 15 million cases of COVID-19 in the US, with increases seen over the last month. Next slide. The cumulative hospitalization rate between March 1st and December 5th was nearly 280 per 100,000 population. Among those hospitalized, nearly 1/3 required intensive care and 15% died. As of December 10th, there were 291,000 COVID-19 associated deaths reported in the US. Estimates of the SARS-CoV-2 infection fatality ratio range from 0.5 to 1.4%. There are other biologic factors associated with the increased incidence, including age and presence of underlying medical conditions, which have been discussed at earlier ACIP meetings. Next slide. So based on the review of the EPI data presented here, as well as EPI data that has been presented at prior ACIP meetings, the workgroup judgment was that yes, COVID-19 disease is of public health importance. Next slide. Next for the benefits and harms. Next slide. As we discussed yesterday, there are several questions related to the benefits and harms. The first being, how substantial are the desirable anticipated effects? And next, how substantial are the undesirable anticipated effects? Next slide. And finally, do the desirable effects outweigh the undesirable effects? Next slide. Detailed review of the benefits and harms through grade was presented yesterday. Briefly, a summary of the benefits. The clinical trial demonstrated high efficacy against the primary endpoint of symptomatic, laboratory-confirmed COVID-19 with an efficacy of 95%. This was determined to have a high certainty under the time period covered by the EUA. For hospitalization, 5 events occurred and were all in the placebo group. Given low numbers and the short time of follow-up, there was relatively low certainty in the estimate And for all-cause mortality, deaths were uncommon overall, with 2 in the vaccine group and 4 in the placebo group. Given the low numbers, there was also low certainty in evidence for this outcome. Next slide. Next, a summary for the possible harms. Serious adverse events were reported among recipients of vaccine and placebo. There was moderate certainty in this evidence. And reactogenicity outcome graded was severe or grade 3 reactions. Overall, a grade 3 or higher reaction was reported by 8.8% of those receiving the vaccine versus 2% in the placebo group, and this was graded with a high certainty of evidence. Next slide. This slide shows a summary of grade from yesterday with each evidence type listed. Next slide. Therefore, the work group felt that the desirable anticipated effects were large. Next slide. Oops, back one. And the undesirable anticipated effects were small. Next slide. Based on this, the work group felt when considering how the desirable effects balance with the undesirable effects, it favors the intervention, the Pfizer BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine. Next slide. So next to the values domain, next slide. Does the target population feel that specifically evaluating how the target populations view the balance of the desirable versus undesirable effects? The second question for the values domain is here. Is there important uncertainty about or variability in how much people value the main outcomes? Next slide. For this domain, we conducted a review of the scientific literature focusing on vaccine intent, confidence, and attitude with the search terms listed here. The search was updated through December 10th. Next slide. The overall acceptability of a COVID-19 vaccine was moderate. The proportion intending to receive the vaccine ranged from 40 to 80%. Nearly all of these surveys were performed prior to news for any specific vaccine. However, recent surveys conducted had preliminary results from the Pfizer vaccine and showed a large proportion that believed the vaccine would be safe and effective, and that 70% would receive the vaccine if proven safe and effective by public health officials. Vaccine intentions varied over time, by population, and by vaccine characteristics. Acceptance was lowest among Black respondents and highest among Asian respondents. Acceptance was greater with higher socioeconomic status, history of a prior flu vaccine, or a higher COVID risk perception, with a higher VE presumed, and a strong healthcare provider recommendation. Next slide. This slide combines data from 31 surveys showing the proportion reporting positive vaccine intentions by month of data collection, with the bubbles proportional to the survey sample size. Vaccine intent declined since initial surveys in the spring. However, surveys conducted recently have rebounded slightly. 2 studies conducted in the past several weeks since reports of vaccine efficacy reported higher intent. Next slide. This chart shows 6 surveys that provided COVID-19 vaccine acceptance by race and ethnicity. Vaccine acceptance was lowest among Black respondents. Some surveys showed a lower acceptance in Hispanic respondents compared to white respondents, and Asian respondents reported the highest acceptability. Next slide. Broadly across national surveys, many adults reported intention to receive a COVID-19 vaccine with a desire to protect themselves and their community and return to normal. Concerns were raised around side effects, an unknown vaccine efficacy, and the speed of the process. Intentions varied substantially by race or ethnicity and by socioeconomic status. Limitations for these surveys include that many were conducted prior to an available vaccine or any specific data about the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine. Also, convenient samples for surveys or focus groups may not be representative of the U.S. population. Next slide. So the workgroup interpretation for the first question, does the target population feel the desirable effects are large relative to the undesirable effects? The workgroup felt that the answer was probably yes. And the workgroup noted that the target population values the vaccine vary by population and over time. Next slide. So not surprisingly then, when asked if there was uncertainty about or variability in how much people value the vaccine, the workgroup felt that there was probably important uncertainty or variability. Next slide. Moving to acceptability. Next slide. The main question for this domain is the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine acceptable to key stakeholders, with other questions asking if there are key stakeholders that would not accept the distribution of benefits and harms overall and in the short term. Next slide. For this domain, we conducted a review of the scientific literature, preliminary findings from CDC evaluations of COVID-19 vaccine attitudes, including a survey with state health officers, focus groups with nurses, and online surveys looking at healthcare providers. We looked at broader stakeholders, including professional societies and workers' unions, and we looked at stakeholder opinions regarding programmatic, financial, and ethical aspects. Next slide. There are no published provider knowledge, attitudes, and practices surveys. State health officers voiced concerns with vaccine hesitancy, safety, and communications. Focus groups with nurses demonstrated that most supported prioritizing nurses. Some were reluctant to get vaccinated, especially nurses belonging to racial or ethnic minorities. Another vaccine intent survey among healthcare personnel showed 63% reported that they would get a vaccine once available. Information from the nurses survey also demonstrate moderate acceptability, where 63% were confident the vaccine would be safe and effective, but only 57% were comfortable discussing COVID vaccines with patients. Next slide. Overall, all jurisdictions have submitted vaccine implementation plans, demonstrating at least some level of acceptance with the vaccine. Large and small pharmacy chains are participating in a COVID-19 vaccine program. And while state health officers have concerns around hesitancy, safety, and communications, and nurses report a low percent to receive vaccines, many were willing to be involved in the program. Next slide. The workgroup overall felt that the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine was probably acceptable to key stakeholders. Next slide. Moving to feasibility. Next slide. The question associated with this domain is the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine feasible to implement? Next slide. The workgroup discussed several barriers to implementation, including financial barriers, complexity of the recommendations, and vaccine storage and handling requirements. Next slide. For financial barriers, as has been discussed earlier, COVID vaccines will be provided free of charge. However, health systems or health departments could incur the cost for vaccine implementation and clinics. Next slide. Next, for the complexity of recommendations. Please refer to the FDA issued instructions regarding storage, handling, and preparation for the vaccine, but there are several steps in the process overall. Next slide. Population access to healthcare or vaccine providers could be limited in rural or other hard-to-reach areas. The ultra-cold storage requirements will limit the range of healthcare providers stocking the vaccine. The minimum size of orders, currently at 975 doses, could limit providers who have access to the vaccine. And the requirements for a 2-dose series could impact feasibility in some populations. Next slide. However, the workgroup discussed that while there are barriers to implementation that might be insurmountable in traditional circumstances, There have been innovative solutions to overcome these barriers, include expanding funding opportunities, pharmacy partnerships, technology, including second dose reminders, unique packing containers to maintain ultra-cold temperatures without a freezer, and detailed state microplanning. Next slide. Taking these barriers and the novel solutions into account, the work group felt that the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine is probably feasible to implement. Next slide. Next, moving to the resource use domain. Next slide. The primary question for this domain is the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine a reasonable and efficient allocation of resources? Next slide. The work group reviewed estimates of economic cost related to COVID-19 vaccinations, disease outcome, and disease mitigation activities in coordination with the NCIRD and ACIP lead economist. Next slide. Next, for a summary of the evidence, this involves the balances of the cost of COVID-19 disease and costs of the COVID-19 vaccines. For cost of the disease, it was estimated that if 20% of the US population is infected with COVID, the direct medical costs could be $163 billion. Health-related cost of COVID vaccines, including premature death, COVID disease, including premature death, long-term health impairment, and mental health impairment, have been estimated at $8.5 trillion. Next slide. For costs associated with the COVID-19 vaccines, the US government has committed to at least $10 billion to Operation Warp Speed for the provision of vaccines. In addition, vaccine doses purchased with US taxpayer dollars will be given to the American people at no cost. Next slide. So for the workgroup interpretation, there are no published cost-effective analyses currently available. The precise cost-effective analysis and economic impact of vaccination depend on a number of factors that are currently unknown, including the duration of vaccine protection, vaccination coverage levels, and implementation costs associated with a large vaccination program. The workgroup concluded that cost-effectiveness may not be a primary driver for decision-making during a pandemic and for a vaccine used under an EUA. However, this will need to be reassessed for future recommendations. At this time, the difference by individual vaccine is minimal relative to the overall scale of the pandemic. Next slide. Based on these discussions, the workgroup felt that yes, the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine is a reasonable and allocation efficient of resources. Next slide. Finally, we'll discuss the new equity domain. Next slide. The question for this domain is, what would be the impact of the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine on health equity? With additional questions including, are there groups or settings that might be disadvantaged in relation to COVID-19 disease burden? Next slide. For a review of available evidence on equity, we worked to identify groups that might be disadvantaged in relation to COVID-19 disease burden or receipt of the COVID-19 vaccine. This work was done building upon other work that has been done in this area using a Progress Plus system. Progress Plus is an acronym to identify factors associated with unfair differences in disease burden, such as place of residence, race or ethnicity, occupation, gender or sex, religion, education, socioeconomic status, social capital, disability, or other. A review of the scientific and grade literature was conducted, in addition to reviewing CDC COVID-19 response data and resources. Next slide. Data on several specific populations were used to inform this discussion. To identify groups which might be unfairly disadvantaged in relation to COVID-19 disease burden or receipt of the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine. First, populations from racial and ethnic minorities, populations living in poverty or with high social vulnerability, essential workers, residents in congregate settings such as long-term care facilities, prisons, homeless shelters, and group homes, people with substance abuse disorders, or gender and sexual minorities. Next slide. There are also specific characteristics for the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine that could impact health equity. First, specifically regarding cold chain storage, handling, and administration requirements. The requirement for storage at -80 will likely limit the number and types of facilities that can receive and use the vaccine. This could limit equitable distribution. The vaccine is primarily accessed at large health centers or central distribution sites rather than local community settings. The need for a 2-dose series could lead to challenges in equity as well. Follow-up will be challenging for some disadvantaged groups, including those who are homeless, live in rural locations, or have limited or no access to healthcare. Next slide. It will be important to take advantage of opportunities to increase equitable access to the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine. The Federal Pharmacy Partnership Program for COVID vaccines in long-term care facilities will facilitate access of the vaccine to long-term care facilities residents and staff, providing end-to-end management of the COVID vaccine process, including cold chain management and on-site vaccination. Healthcare facilities will need to work to administer and provide equitable access to the vaccine. This could offer the potential to increase equitable distribution to the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine, first in healthcare workers and then broadly. Next slide. There were several additional considerations on equity discussed by the work group. Although COVID-19 vaccines will be provided at no cost, personal investment in time and travel to obtain the vaccine may be a barrier for some groups. Equity and vaccination programs are closely linked, and the work group emphasized that federal, state, and local jurisdictions will require adequate resources to get COVID-19 vaccines to the most affected communities and ensure equitable access. Successful implementation of the COVID-19 vaccination program and confidence in COVID-19 vaccines are pivotal to reducing existing health equities related to COVID-19. Next slide. The work group had additional questions regarding considerations that should be made when implementing the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine program to ensure inequities are reduced, including identifying groups disproportionately affected by COVID or who face health inequities, undertaking focused outreach, identifying barriers to vaccination, and conducting active follow-up. Next slide. There was a quote that resonated with the work group that I'd shared previously and will share again, emphasizing that successful implementation of the COVID-19 vaccine programs are pivotal to reducing health inequities, that increasing the availability of an effective intervention within a country or region is not necessarily enough to reduce inequities. The intervention has to be accessible, acceptable, effective in, and used by the most disadvantaged groups within that population to be truly effective at reducing inequities in health. Next slide. Therefore, the work group interpretation was that the impact of the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine would probably be reduced in health equity, given many of the barriers related to the vaccine. Next slide. In summary, next slide. These are each of the domains for the evidence to recommendation framework, the questions, and the work group judgments. Next slide. The work group then discussed the balance of consequences overall related to the evidence of the PICO question, the policy question, and the evidence that has been presented. Next slide. Overall, the work group felt that the desirable consequences clearly outweighed the undesirable consequences in most settings. Next slide. Therefore, the work group discussed the type of recommendation proposed to ACIP to consider. The 3 options are listed here. Do not recommend the intervention, recommend the intervention for individuals based on shared clinical decision-making, or recommending the intervention. Next slide. The work group conclusion and proposition to ACIP is that they recommend the intervention of the Pfizer BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine. Next slide. Thank you, and I'll take questions.
Thank you again for another excellent presentation, Dr. Oliver. We will open this up for comments and questions from the voting members initially, and then we'll move on to other groups. So any comments or questions? Dr. Szilagyi, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Oliver, as always, for an incredibly clear and presentation. Just a couple of comments regarding this is all about implementation, and I completely agree with the work group's recommendation. In terms of acceptability from these national surveys, and I have actually conducted several of these surveys, I do want to point out two things. One is that the variability in the percentages who are likely to get the vaccine. So the fact that they vary means that this is modifiable, that it's mutable, and that hesitancy for the vaccine is not necessarily entrenched. And so what that implies to me is we need a lot of work in optimal communication and outreach to these populations. Also, in those surveys, there were a large proportion who said unsure. And so that actually magnifies my point. The second point about feasibility, I do want to point out, I know the vaccine will be available for free. There has been concern, and we raised this yesterday on MacPac, that there is a very small proportion of adults who are covered by Medicaid who are in this optional Medicaid, optional benefits component. If once the public health emergency ends, they may not be fully covered by the vaccine. And so maybe worth just looking into that small population. A point about the second doses, studies of reminder recall have shown that they're actually pretty effective for second doses because people who've gotten the first dose are not hesitant. So that really magnifies the importance of registries and reminder recall. A very quick point about costs. The $8.5 trillion that was mentioned in the total cost was health-related costs, so that if we include indirect costs, it's magnified exponentially. And the final point about equity, it's very concerning to me that the two groups, individuals who are Black and lower education, have both high morbidity from COVID and are the most hesitant to get the vaccine. So we need a tremendous amount of outreach and funding of localities for outreach to ensure that equity is really properly addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Szilagyi. Dr. Goldman, please.
Thank you. I just want to take a moment to comment on the gravity of this as we contemplate recommending a vaccine in the middle of a global pandemic that has not been experienced in our lifetime. I first want to thank and applaud all the hard work done by not only the committee members, but all the physicians, scientists, and staff of the CDC for their tireless dedication and monumental service. The speed with which this vaccine has been developed is truly a testament to our scientific ability. While the data and evidence do support that the benefits far outweigh the risks, I want to express some caution in recommendations outside the parameters of groups enrolled in the studies. We need to make sure our patients are well aware of the potential side effects and ensure that with such a limited supply, they will commit to receiving both doses. This speaks to the importance of acceptance of the vaccine. I do support the approval of this vaccine, but I want to strongly support the ongoing studies in both safety, efficacy, and use in groups other than those specifically studied in the trials. Finally, I want to also reiterate my concerns on the distribution of this vaccine and stress the importance of prioritization of frontline outpatient physician offices that are not being allocated doses of vaccines by many hospitals and healthcare systems, even though they remain at some of the highest risks for COVID-19 disease. Thank you so much for this presentation and allowing me to be part of this group.
Dr. Goldman, thank you for your comments and your work on this committee. Let me just say the following. There will be time for comments and for discussion afterwards. I think what we want to do at this moment is focus on questions that are important for the group to consider. So please, questions only at this time. We will give you a chance to make comments later. Dr. Paling, please.
Thank you, Dr. Romero. Thank you, Dr. Oliver, for a very clear and precise presentation on a very important topic. I agree with Dr. Szilagyi as well as Dr. Goldman on the importance of additional opportunities and the opportunities. I would like to ask, in the work group, it is recommended to move forward. Could you please describe if this was a unanimous or what was the variation in opinion within this group?
This is Dr. Oliver. The work group was unanimous in recommending that the ACIP accepts the recommendation and that it be recommended in the setting of the EUA.
Wonderful. Thank you. That is tremendously helpful.
Thank you. Dr. Sanchez.
Thank you. Sarah, that was, I agree, another great presentation. I just wanted to, just a comment, because we heard yesterday from Pfizer, yes, that the vaccine, the ultra-cold storage is a problem, but they also mentioned that it could be stored in a refrigerator for 5 days. So I think that also needs to be sent out as because that certainly helps a lot. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Sanchez. This is Dr. Cohn. We are doing, now that the EUA has been approved, there are multiple communication and education products that will be released both by the company. There's some great videos on how to administer and prepare the vaccine, as well as some on storage and handling. And then CDC will be making sure that all of our materials align with the EUA, and then we'll also be sharing communication products around the storage and handling of this product, which you are correct can be refrigerated for 5 to 6 days.
Thank you, Dr. Cohn. Thank you, Dr. Sanchez. Any other comments or questions? If I may add one to what's already been said, I think that the issue of we're seeing more and more nurses and healthcare providers saying they'd rather wait to accept the vaccine. I think that's going to place an issue on our implementation of phases as we move forward. But there is that issue that we need to consider, and it will make it somewhat more difficult as we progress or try to progress down the phase ladder. So, Dr. Dushan, please. Dr. Dushan, we're not hearing. Thank you.
A little mute button problem. Thank you very much. Very gratifying to see this progress. And as I've mentioned before, the investment in Operation Warp Speed has been unprecedented and has paid off greatly. But I do not want to let people in any way minimize the significant implications of the implementation challenges. And in particular, I would like to say that the funding necessary for state and local health departments to carry out this program has been put in the deep freeze with the vaccine. We are desperately needing to be able to carry out an unprecedented an immunization program of unprecedented complexity and importance with formidable implementation challenges that include what has been noted around the importance of engagement and education of hesitant communities, vaccination of hard-to-reach populations, the complexity of engaging with community vaccinators and healthcare systems to ensure equitable distribution and allocation of this vaccine throughout the community, and other tasks. And I want to encourage all of us to do what we can to ensure that this vaccine program is as successful as it can possibly be by making sure that the resources are available on the front lines to those people who need to implement this program. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the liaison groups? Any comments from our ex officios? I see, here we go. Dr. Hayes, please.
Yes, Carol Hayes with the American College of Nurse Midwives. I have heard from my colleagues in the hospital that some of the nurses and healthcare workers are unwilling to be vaccinated because they have heard that it's going to affect their fertility. And there are some other myths that are floating around. And I feel like if our main focus on this 1A is to vaccinate healthcare workers in the hospital that are taking care of patients, we're going to have to really seriously address these myths that are floating around. And I'm not even sure how to start to do that, but I just wanted to make the comment.
Thank you very much. Dr. Freihofer.
Sandra Freihofer, American Medical Association, speaking as a practicing physician. I am so excited that we have this vaccine available, but particularly after listening to the comments so far, I'm very concerned about the implementation. I'm very concerned that enough dollars haven't been put in the distribution to get vaccine in the arms of our patients. I'm excited that our pharmaceutical colleagues are helping with this implementation distribution, but at the end of the day, patients depend on their physician to give them advice as to whether or not they should get vaccinated. Physician recommendation is a very important motivator for patients to get vaccinated, and there's going to be a lot to talk to our patients about. I'm also concerned that hospitals might not offer this vaccine to community physicians, that they might try to just keep it for their employees and not consider that other physicians who might be on staff that are on the front line seeing patients that could have COVID might not have access to the vaccine. So as we move forward, I hope that every organization that has access to this vaccine will look at the big picture and not be selfish with what they have, but really do a good job of trying to prioritize and think this process through and help everyone get vaccinated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Romero? This is
Yes,
Dr.
sir.
Kona.
Yes,
I'd like to put up one slide to address some of the questions that are coming up. It's going to take a minute, but I do want to just let everyone know that as we've discussed during prior ACIP meetings, we do have a limited number of doses for the first several weeks, and it will take time to be able to increase the number of provider sites to ensure that we can get access as wide as possible. We need to have enough doses before we're able to do that. So we are working on a plan, right? We are implementing a plan to now vaccinate in limited sites, particularly healthcare settings, long-term care facilities, and public health clinics. And then as we have more doses of vaccine, those sites will expand, and we will rely on our doctors and clinical providers and pharmacies to help increase coverage. But I do want to reiterate what Dr. Freihofer said, which is that in the interim, we need all healthcare providers to be recommending vaccination for their patients, even if they are not able to give it to them in that moment. So I'm pulling up a slide that we can just leave up for a minute. It's the new CDC communication toolkit for clinics, clinicians, and healthcare providers. It has a lot of tools to help all of you administer vaccine and recommend vaccine to the people who work around you and with you and to the public. So we will put it up in a minute, but you can find it by Googling CDC COVID vaccine healthcare provider toolkit.
While we're waiting for that to come up, Dr. Stinchfield, would you like to make a comment?
Yes, Patsy Stinchfield from NAP. I would like to direct my comment directly to the nursing considerations as we move into this important vaccination phase of this historic endeavor. As nurses being the largest role in that category 1A. I was the first nurse voting member of ACIP back in 04, 08, and a liaison member since then. So I have 16 years with ACIP. And I can give the public and nurses specifically my full confidence in this process, in the scientific incredible breakthrough with our mRNA platform. with the commitment to ongoing safety monitoring and transparent communication. Just as nurses have worked every step of this pandemic, from vaccine researchers to participants in clinical trials, to expert, compassionate, direct patient caregivers, to leading hospital pandemic planning, we will see nurses help implement vaccination at the local level. And like influenza vaccine, where nurses are vaccinated at 90%, I am confident nurses, after filling their knowledge gap about the novel vaccine, will not step aside, but as always will step up and raise that lamp to the path out of this pandemic, which is through vaccination. So I'm happy to hear about the toolkit. I think we need a public communication campaign, and we have to help equip our nurses and all of our healthcare providers with education and communication tools. But I am confident that nurses will rise to the occasion, be vaccinated, and encourage their patients to do so as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr.
Dr. Montero, this is Dr. Messonnier. May I just say something?
Of course, please.
I just, Ms. Stinchfield and all of the community that is speaking, I just want to know how much we value and appreciate your advocacy and how much we are dependent on it for the smooth rollout of this vaccine, as well as on the state and local health departments. Some of the questions that you all are bringing up, or your comments, are incredibly important. We think that the next couple talks where we really move to talk around clinical considerations might provide more context on that. So far, it doesn't seem like anybody actually has any specific questions around the ETR framework, but if we could just ask if there are any specific questions or clarifications around that, and perhaps if we go on to the next couple talks, it'll address some of the concerns that are coming up in these other comments. Over.
Thank you, Dr. Messonnier. So let me turn to who is on the waiting list. So those of you who wish to ask questions, then we'll save our comments for later. Dr. Weiser?
I'll hold my comment till later.
Thank you very much. Dr. Lee?
One clarification for the ETR framework, and it's with regard to implementation. So I understand our charter says that we are responsible for recommendations of use of the vaccine in the U.S. civilian population. I just want to confirm that this will also address vaccination in those who are not citizens or who may be undocumented in our implementation efforts in terms of coverage, access, and minimizing or eliminating costs of the vaccine.
Dr. Lee, the language that you just described in the charter is the language we use to for our recommendations.
Thank you for those comments. Thank you for the clarification, Dr. Cohn. The slide before you then, these are the slides that you were talking about, Dr. Cohn?
Yes, apologies for the delay.
I'm just giving people time to snap a picture or write the material down. Okay. Dr. Freihofer.
Could you also please write the specific thing to Google to get access to these wonderful materials? Thank you.
Noted.
Yes, we will send out a link, and after we take a break, we will put up the link and the Google search for everybody on a slide. There's a lot of materials and more to come.
Okay. One more call for questions or comments specific to the presentation. Dr. Cohn, I'm not seeing any. Shall we move on to clinical considerations by Dr. Mumbe? Okay. Clinical considerations, then will be our next presentation by Sarah Mumbe.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today I will be reviewing clinical considerations for the use of Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine in the United States. These CDC clinical considerations are informed by data submitted to the Food and Drug Administration for emergency use authorization, or EUA, of the vaccine, other data sources, best practice guidelines for immunization, and expert opinion. These considerations may be updated as further information becomes available. In addition to these considerations, the EUA conditions of use and storage, handling, and administration procedures described in the package insert should be referenced when using the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine. Next slide. First, I'll start with vaccine administration. The Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine series consists of 2 doses administered intramuscularly 3 weeks apart. Administration of the second dose within a 4-day grace period, i.e. between day 17 and 21, is considered valid, consistent with guidance for other vaccines. If more than 21 days have elapsed since the first dose, the second dose should be given at the earliest opportunity. However, the series does not need to be repeated. Both doses are necessary for protection. Efficacy of a single dose has not been systematically evaluated. Next slide. The Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine is not interchangeable with other COVID-19 vaccine products, and the safety and efficacy of a mixed product series has not been evaluated. Persons initiating vaccination with Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine should complete the series with this product. If 2 doses of different mRNA COVID-19 vaccine products are inadvertently administered, no additional doses of either product are recommended at this time. Recommendations may be updated as further information becomes available or other vaccine types are authorized. Next slide. Given the lack of data on the safety and efficacy of Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine administered simultaneously with other vaccines, Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine should be administered alone with a minimum interval of 14 days before or after administration with any other vaccines. If the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine is inadvertently administered within 14 days of another vaccine, doses do not need to be repeated for either vaccine. Next slide. Next, I will review the considerations for vaccination of persons with a prior SARS-CoV-2 infection or exposure. Next slide. Data from clinical trials suggest that Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine is safe and likely efficacious in persons with evidence of a prior SARS-CoV-2 infection. Vaccination should be offered to persons regardless of history of prior symptomatic or asymptomatic SARS-CoV-2 infection. Viral or serologic testing to assess for acute or prior infection, respectively, is not recommended for the purpose of vaccine decision-making. Vaccination of persons with known current SARS-CoV-2 infection should be deferred until the person has recovered from the acute illness if the person had symptoms. Next slide. Should be deferred until the person has recovered from the acute illness if the person had symptoms and criteria have been met for them to discontinue isolation. While there is otherwise no recommended minimum interval between infection and vaccination, current evidence suggests that reinfection is uncommon in the 90 days after initial infection. Thus, persons with documented acute SARS-CoV-2 infection in the preceding 90 days may delay vaccination until near the end of this period if desired. Next slide. Currently, there are no data on the safety and efficacy of Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccination in persons who received monoclonal antibodies or convalescent plasma as part of COVID-19 treatment. Based on the estimated half-life of such therapies, as well as evidence suggesting that reinfection is uncommon in the 90 days after initial infection, vaccination should be deferred for at least 90 days as a precautionary measure until additional information becomes available to avoid interference of the treatment with vaccine-induced immune responses. Next slide. Persons in the community or outpatient setting who have had a known COVID-19 exposure should not seek vaccination until their quarantine period has ended to avoid potentially exposing healthcare personnel and other persons to SARS-CoV-2 during the vaccination visit. For persons residing in congregate healthcare settings, such as long-term care facilities, where exposure and transmission of SARS-CoV-2 can occur repeatedly for long periods of time, residents with a known COVID-19 exposure may be vaccinated. In these settings, healthcare personnel are already in contact with residents, for example, by entering patient rooms for evaluation and treatment, and should employ appropriate infection prevention and control procedures. Thus, administering COVID-19 vaccines should not result in additional exposures. Residents of other congregate settings, such as correctional facilities and homeless shelters, with a known COVID-19 exposure may also be vaccinated in order to avoid delays and missed opportunities for vaccination given the increased risk for outbreaks in these settings. However, where feasible, precautions should be taken to limit mixing of these individuals with other residents or staff, except those essential for the provision of vaccination services, who should employ appropriate infection and control procedures. Next slide. Next, I'll review vaccination of special populations. Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine may be administered to persons with underlying medical conditions who have no contraindications to vaccination. Phase 2 to 3 clinical trials demonstrated similar safety and efficacy profiles in persons with underlying medical conditions, including those that place them at increased risk for severe COVID-19 compared to persons without comorbidities. Next slide. Persons with HIV infection, other immunocompromising conditions, or who take immunosuppressive medications or therapies might be at increased risk for severe COVID-19. Data are not currently available to establish vaccine safety and efficacy in these groups. However, these individuals may still receive COVID-19 vaccination if they have no contraindications to vaccination, but should be counseled about the unknown vaccine safety profile and effectiveness in immunocompromised populations, as well as the potential for reduced immune responses and the need to continue to follow all current guidance to protect themselves against COVID-19. Next slide. There are no data on the safety of COVID-19 vaccines in pregnant women. Animal developmental and reproductive toxicity studies are ongoing and results are expected to be available soon, and studies in humans are ongoing and planned. mRNA vaccines are not considered live vaccines. They are degraded quickly by normal cellular processes and don't enter the nucleus of the cell. Observational data demonstrate that while the absolute risk is low, pregnant women with COVID-19 have an increased risk of severe illness, including ICU admission, mechanical ventilation, and death. Additionally, they might be at increased risk of adverse pregnancy outcomes, such as preterm birth. Thus, if a woman is part of a group, such as healthcare personnel, who is recommended to receive a COVID-19 vaccine and is pregnant, she may choose to be vaccinated. A discussion with her healthcare provider can help her make an informed decision. Next slide. Pregnant women and healthcare providers should consider the level of COVID-19 community transmission, her personal risk of contracting COVID-19, the risks of COVID-19 to her and potential risk to the fetus, the efficacy of the vaccine, the side effects of the vaccine, and the lack of data about the vaccine use during pregnancy. Pregnant women who experience fever following vaccination should be counseled to take acetaminophen, as fever has been associated with adverse pregnancy outcomes. Acetaminophen may be offered as an option for pregnant women experiencing other symptoms as well. Routine testing for pregnancy prior to receipt of a COVID-19 vaccine is not recommended. Next slide. There are no data on the safety of COVID-19 vaccines in lactating women or the effects of mRNA vaccines on the breastfed infant or milk production or excretion. mRNA vaccines are not considered live virus vaccines and are not thought to be a risk to the breastfeeding infant. Thus, if a lactating woman is part of a group, such as healthcare personnel, who is recommended to receive a COVID-19 vaccine, she may choose to be vaccinated. Next slide. Next, I will review considerations for patient vaccine counseling. Next slide. Before vaccination, providers should counsel vaccine recipients about expected local and systemic post-vaccination symptoms. Unless persons develop a contraindication to vaccination, They should be encouraged to complete the series even if they develop local or systemic symptoms following the first dose in order to optimize protection against COVID-19. Antipyretic or analgesic medications, such as acetaminophen or nonsteroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, may be taken for the treatment of post-vaccination local or systemic symptoms if medically appropriate. However, routine prophylactic administration of these medications for the purpose of preventing post-vaccination symptoms is not currently recommended, as information on the impact of such use on Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine-induced antibody responses is not available at this time. Next slide. 2 doses of the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine are required to achieve high efficacy. Thus, patients should be counseled on the importance of completing the 2-dose series in order to optimize protection. Next slide. However, protection from the vaccine is not immediate. The currently available vaccine is a 2-dose series, and it will take 1 to 2 weeks following the second dose before a person is considered fully vaccinated. Additionally, as no vaccine is 100% effective, some vaccinated people may still get COVID-19 disease. Given the currently limited information on how well the vaccine works in the general population, how much it may reduce disease severity or transmission, and how long protection lasts, vaccinated persons should continue to follow all current guidance, including those listed below, to protect themselves and others. Next slide. Next, I'll review contraindications and precautions. Next slide. Severe allergic reaction, such as anaphylaxis, to any component of the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine is a contraindication to vaccination listed in the package insert. Appropriate medical treatment used to manage immediate allergic reactions must be immediately available in the event that an acute anaphylactic reaction occurs following administration of the vaccine. In addition, because of reports of anaphylactic reactions in persons vaccinated outside of clinical trials, persons who have had a severe allergic reaction to any vaccine or injectable therapy should not receive the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine at this time. Vaccination providers should observe patients with a history of anaphylaxis not due to vaccines or other injectable medications, as mentioned before. That is a contraindication in these persons. Should be observed for 30 minutes after vaccination. All other persons should be observed for 15 minutes after vaccination to monitor for the occurrence of immediate adverse reactions. Finally, I'll review the interpretation of SARS-CoV-2 test results in vaccinated persons. Prior receipt of the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine will not affect the results of SARS-CoV-2 nucleic acid amplification or antigen tests. Currently available antibody tests for SARS-CoV-2 assess IgM and/or IgG to one of 2 viral spike proteins. Sorry, next slide, please. Apologies for that. So as mentioned, prior receipt of the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine will not affect the results of SARS-CoV-2 nucleic amplification or antigen tests. Currently available antibody tests for SARS-CoV-2 assess IgM and/or IgG to one of 2 viral proteins, spike or nucleocapsid. Because the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine contains mRNA that encodes the spike protein, a positive test for spike protein, IgM or IgG, could indicate either prior infection or vaccination. To evaluate for evidence of prior infection in an individual with a history of Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccination, a test specifically evaluating IgM or IgG to the nucleocapsid protein should be used. Next slide. Next slide. Now we'd like to get ACIP's opinion in the following areas: use of the vaccine in immunocompromised persons and pregnant or lactating women, the proposed contraindications to vaccination and recommendations for an observation period, or any other considerations.
Sorry, I was having trouble getting off mute. This is open for discussion. Let me begin with the following question and splitting one of the statements a little finer with regard to contraindications. So if you go back to the slide on contraindications regarding allergic reactions to vaccines, can we do that? Okay, so I agree with this, and I just want to point out the following. So under injectable therapy, that is a very broad category. So for example, someone who receives intravenous ampicillin and develops an allergic reaction would be considered then not eligible for this vaccine, correct? And if you put that in the context that another person who receives oral ampicillin and has an allergic reaction would then be eligible for this vaccine. There is going to be some confusion here with that. I just want to point that out.
Thank you for that comment. I think we could work on providing a little bit more guidance around situations where it might be acceptable, such as if the person is under the care of an allergist immunologist. I think the intention was because the investigation is still kind of ongoing around particular excipients that might be involved, and some of these could be in other medications. This was cast a little bit broadly initially, just as things continue to be investigated, but we could work on some additional guidance so that too many people aren't excluded unnecessarily.
Dr. Montero, this is Dr. Messonnier. We would appreciate some more conversation on this language as we're trying to very carefully thread a needle in a space where I think a lot of us feel like we're still not completely clear on all the available data because it's still being gathered. We don't want to create unnecessary concern. We don't want to exclude people unnecessarily, but there is a desire to be careful here to exclude individuals that might have a higher risk. So our intention is, to get some more input to modify the language already to sort of give a space where, somebody who had a reaction, their mother told them they had an anaphylaxis reaction 50 years ago to penicillin, isn't the same thing as somebody who had a observed anaphylaxis 18 months ago. And so we can, we're trying to simplify, but we will add in some additional language. And as Dr. Mabai said, our intention is frankly to revisit this quickly as soon as more information is available. But it would be helpful to us to get a little more dialogue as to the spirit of this. We will work on the wordsmithing over.
Thank you very much. Dr. Alt, please.
I think the language around pregnancy is very good. We talked quite a bit about this yesterday, and lactation. As we discussed yesterday, it's hard to come up with a priori reason to avoid this vaccine in lactating women. I also liked in the pregnancy section where we made the pregnant healthcare worker, the pregnant person, the focus, and gave them some good things to think about their level of exposure.
Thank you. Dr. Hunter, please.
Yes, I want to say that this level of detail and thoughtfulness is really, really helpful. There's one particular thing I'm interested in, which would be very helpful on an implementation level. Did I hear correctly that if a second mRNA vaccine is given and it's not the same as the first one, that then the series is considered complete?
Thanks for that question. So at this time, that is correct. I should say at this time, we are not recommending any additional doses if a mixed series of mRNA vaccines are given. I think that is something that we'll continue to evaluate over time as more information becomes available, as well as vaccine supply becomes sufficient to ensure that we have adequate supply. So I think that that's something that we'll continue to revisit. But for now, yes, we are not. For any deviations from the schedule at this point, we aren't recommending additional doses.
Hi, this is Dr. Dueling. I'd like. I'd like to add that the work group, the mixed series is not recommended, but the work group felt at this time, given the extreme shortage of vaccine combined with the fact that we've not studied more than 2 doses in any subjects, that it warranted not repeating any doses if a mixed series was given at this time.
And this is Dr. Crone. I will just
comment that this makes sense from my level of understanding of immunology and mRNA technology, which is limited as a practicing family physician and local health department, public health consultant. But if others agree that that's, I assume on the work group agree that that's fine to do, that is extremely helpful from an implementation point of view. So thanks much.
Thank you. Dr. Cohn, you wanted to say something?
I was just going to add that we anticipate, especially early, that this will happen as rarely, very rarely, given the large number of different ways we have in place to ensure that an individual knows the first product they received, and the healthcare provider will know what the individual received the first time, given all of the immunization registry and other data things that have been put into place. So it is not recommended, but when it rarely happens, you would not be recommended to restart the series.
Thank you very much. Dr. Goldman.
Thank you. I have 2 questions to clarify around administration, if you could. The first is regards to those who are recently infected. In one sense, it seems that you're saying you can give it quickly after they've met all recovery criteria, but then it suggests we want to wait 90 days because we think they still have some immunity. Do we want to clarify that to just leave it as if you have documented infection, wait 90 days? That's the first one. And the second question regarding congregate settings, where we don't want to not give it in a quarantine setting because we're presumed that there's ongoing exposure. But if there is an outbreak in a congregate facility, are we going to still give the vaccine to those who are not symptomatic, or do we want to wait at some point to test to see if they are actively infected? I was unsure of the language regarding those 2 settings, if we could clarify perhaps.
Sure. So just to clarify first, for the question about congregate settings, I think the intent of the language, and we can work on making sure it's clearer, I think the intent of the language is in these settings, because of how frequently cases or outbreaks are reported, that you could end up with very prolonged periods where there has been recent cases. And we don't want these settings to have experience unnecessarily delays in implementing vaccination, or make it, have significant barriers to efficiently implement the vaccination. So the idea behind the guidance is in these congregate settings that vaccination could go ahead and proceed, just making sure to implement appropriate infection prevention and control procedures and limit mixing of the populations to the extent possible. Hopefully that clarifies it.
Thank you. Dr. Bata? Ms. Bata, excuse me.
A couple questions. Do we have any, are we going to say anything about what to do about a delayed schedule? And maybe that isn't something that fits in here, but I think that would be helpful to have because we're already hearing questions like that. And then just some observations related to contraindications and precautions. I think it's important for people to understand what severe allergic reaction means, maybe providing some examples, because this is something that we struggle with other vaccines too, and some patient's perception of a severe allergic reaction and what we are thinking as severe allergic reactions may be very, very different. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So in terms of the first question around delayed schedules, so we do not have a maximum kind of period by which the second dose would need to be received. There really isn't data to inform this at this time. In the clinical trials, people were able to receive the vaccine up to 42 days. And so that's the kind of the extent at which during the clinical trials people received that second dose. So at this time, we aren't putting a maximum kind of time by which a second dose needs to be repeated. We are just saying that the second dose should be given as soon as possible after that day 21 period, but no doses would need to be repeated based on a prolonged interval between doses at this time. In terms of your second question, yes, we are developing materials for healthcare providers, including fact sheets and checklists to help them kind of understand the symptoms behind severe allergic reaction.
Thank you. Dr. Talbot.
Yes, and this is one that Dr. Romero and I slightly disagree on, but I would still like to bring up and discuss. When it comes to healthcare workers that are in quarantine, that are in the middle of their vaccines, it would be ideal if we could go ahead and finish vaccination so that when they're done with their quarantine, they're also done with their immunization and back to work. So is that something that we could consider changing just for the healthcare workers at this time?
I think we would need to discuss that further. We will have guidance posted tomorrow. We have developed guidance around related to issues around healthcare workers and vaccination and et cetera. But we had not at this point included specifically healthcare workers who are in their quarantine period. So it's something we'd have to kind of, I think, review and revisit.
The reason why I'm saying this is because one of the largest reasons that we are short healthcare workers is quarantine. And so if they're already out on quarantine, it's an ideal time to have all the symptoms associated with the immunogenicity. And so all that's done when they're ready to come back to work. Just a thought.
So let me put another wrinkle into this, Dr. Talbot. So, and I won't get into the details, but newer recommendations for quarantine have been issued, and shortening the period depends on not having any symptoms. So that if it's administered to the individual, they develop symptoms, they wouldn't fall under those new regulations, and quarantine would be prolonged. But I'm not going to discuss this at this point. You and I have jousted on this before.
Actually, I was going to say you bring up a very valid point, and thank you. Thank you.
So there is, without further discussion of this, let's move on to Dr. Freihofer.
Sandra Freihofer, liaison for the American Medical Association. I have two comments. The first is about pregnant women, and I'm very reassured by Dr. Alt's comment. I love the wording about the pregnant woman may choose to be vaccinated. I love the fact that you mentioned the nuance about use of prophylactic medicines for fever, and the fact that pregnant women who have a fever should take them because the fever itself puts a risk to the pregnant woman. I take issue with one of the lines that animal development and reproductive toxicity studies are ongoing, because we heard yesterday from the drug manufacturer that these studies have been done. The results just haven't been released. So we really need to put those results on warp speed and get them out there to give our physicians and pregnant women more information, or at least access to the information that has been done. And I'm glad that the company is going to closely follow the 23 pregnancies that have occurred in the study trial as those babies are born. My second comment is about the guidelines for reactogenicity, and I really like that that providers should counsel vaccine recipients about expected local and systemic post-vaccination symptoms, but practitioners need more information and more guidance, and I assume those sorts of specific things will be upcoming, particularly for healthcare professionals. Do they need to plan vaccination the day before they're going to not have to go to work? specifics on how to tease out if the fever is due to vaccination or possibly due to a COVID exposure. And then I want to tie back to the pregnancy part. We have 330,000 healthcare professionals that are likely to become pregnant or be in the postpartum time as this vaccination implementation program begins. And this doesn't even include the essential workers for whom pregnancy is also concerned. So moving forward as quickly as we can to get the information as quickly as we can would be greatly appreciated. So please put that DART information on Warp Speed.
Thank you, Dr. Pfeiffer. Did somebody else want to make a comment about that? Okay.
The only
Bell,
comment I was
please.
going to make is that the issues around reactogenicity and symptoms following vaccination for healthcare workers, that guidance will be coming out tomorrow, along with guidance around vaccination symptoms in long-term care facility residents. So hopefully many of your concerns, Dr. Freihofer, would be addressed in that guidance.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Bell, please.
Thank you. Returning to Dr. Messonnier's questions about the sort of additional contraindications that are proposed, I assume and I know that everyone is doing everything they can to get better information and follow up on the UK incident. I recognize the rationale for including this, but I am a little nervous about this sort of abundance of caution rationale, because it's oftentimes very hard to undo, even when one says there's new data and we're undoing it. And so I'm wondering if it's in some part of this box here, or there could be further clarification, something to the effect of history of a food allergy, a snake venom allergy, or a environmental allergy are not a contraindication, so that there's a clear distinction between what we're talking about here and what we're concerned about, and this much broader group of allergies that involves an awful lot of people and who we don't need to include in this.
That's a great point, and we will absolutely add that to our language.
Thank you. Dr. Kimberlin, please.
David Kimberlin, AAP Redbook. I would just like to echo Dr. Alt's comments about breastfeeding and my satisfaction with the wording as proposed on the slides.
Thank you very much. Dr. Dries, and a reminder to all who have spoken, lower your arms, your hands, if you're done speaking. Thank you. Dr. Dries, please.
Thank you. Marcy Dries from Shea. I actually have a comment and two questions. Ms. Bata's comment about defining severe allergic reactions got me thinking about that we hear hesitancy around allergy, not from people necessarily who have, or not only from people who have personal history of allergy, but of family history of allergy. And so if that could be addressed in that clarification, that would be great. My first question is around the history of allergy to any component of the Pfizer vaccine. I'm just looking at the fact sheet now, and it lists, a dozen or so different chemical compounds that nobody is going to recognize. And I know yesterday the manufacturer brought up a specific medication that was similar, and that might be a concern, although, I did not catch the name. It's not a medicine I was familiar with, but if that could be clarified, if that is really considered a contraindication or not. And then around the pregnancy language, I absolutely agree with the language. And I've heard from healthcare workers who are pregnant and or lactating and who are desiring a vaccine that if they were told they couldn't get it because of that status, they might lie if they're able to, if they're not showing. And I don't think we would want that to happen. And so I am also wondering, is there going to be a pregnancy registry that will be stood up, or should we be following these people locally who are pregnant or lactating? Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Sanchez.
Thank you, Jose. No, I just also wanted to to support Dr. Alton, Dr. Kimberlin's comments. First of all, I'm glad that pregnancy and breastfeeding lactating women were considered separately, and I am in favor of the pregnancy designation, and saying that it is up to the woman, and I think a registry would be fantastic. I also think a similar registry for lactating women as well, and I think I'm very much in agreement that the lactating woman and the breastfed baby is very different, again, than just the vaccine administration during pregnancy, and so I really do support it. I do want to comment in terms of the immunocompromised host. It says persons with HIV and other immunocompromising conditions might be an increased risk, but we have to also somewhere state that the study did enroll so-called stable HIV-infected individuals. So I think that there are at least some data on HIV-infected individuals, so I think that should be included because it's just a very broad category, because they also included stable hepatitis B and C. Offhand, I can't remember how many they were, but I think just some clarification of immunocompromised persons, including HIV, that they were included in the study. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Dr. Eckert.
Thank you very much. This is Dr. Linda Eckert, representing the American College of OBGYN. And I just wanted to let the committee know that we had a phone call this morning that the CDC convened of several experts in the United States in placental pathology, immunology, kinetics of the vaccine, how it works. And the overall consensus, complete consensus, was that we don't see a biological plausibility at this time for placental transfer of the mRNA, and that we see that the direct fetal exposure and possibility of fetal inflammatory response is extremely unlikely. Clearly, we are waiting for data. We look forward to the DART data, and we look forward to studies in pregnant women. But at this point, we are very supportive of the permissive recommendation. And I just want to assure people, as they've been making a call here, that ACOG is prepared to support clinicians, OB-GYNs, and others by providing clinical guidance and clinical conversation talking points and educational materials. And we look forward to having those out as soon as feasible, which we hope is quite soon, early next week. I'll be happy to answer other questions if you have them about this conversation, many others on ACIP or on this call. We're also on that call, but I just wanted to let the committee know that there has been a very broad discussion and definite consensus reached about the permissive recommendation for this use in pregnancy. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Goldman.
I'm just wondering, and kind of echoing your concerns and comments on the allergies, if we want to change the language to observe severe allergic reactions, and that kind of takes out the what we see all the time where the patient says, when I was an infant, I was told I was always allergic by my parents, but we don't have that direct data. So do we want to clarify that language, or is that too broad of a category for the intramuscular, intravenous, and subcutaneous injections of any therapy to just change it to observe severe allergic reactions?
Thank you. Yes, we'll continue to work to make this language as clear as possible.
Thank you. Dr. Paling. Dr. Paling, I think you're still on mute.
Thank you. First, I want to express my thanks to all who have been working, and Dr. Eckert and Alt for their support of the breastfeeding and pregnancy recommendation. I agree with the language, and I like the fact that the woman has the consideration of the woman is first, and that the physicians are available and going to be able to support them. I also wanted to reiterate Ms. Bata's point about severe allergic reactions. I'm wondering if that shouldn't be anaphylactic reactions to any vaccine. And then going to the point you made, I am worried that the rest of the language is too broad. And I worry that people will be denied vaccine unnecessarily. And should we not just, I would recommend maybe saying a precaution to people who've had anaphylactic reactions to other medications, but not a contraindication. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maldonado. Dr. Maldonado, I think you're still on mute. I see you're unmuted, but we don't hear you. Let me move to Dr. Atmar and come back to you after his comments. Dr. Atmar, please.
Thank you, Dr. Romero. I want to add my agreement to Dr. Paling's comment about, and your prior observation about the allergy. I don't have much else to add to that, but I did want to raise a question about the guidance that is potentially forthcoming tomorrow. The clinical considerations help us deal with the individual before us and vaccinating them, but doesn't really address the concerns that institutions, healthcare institutions, are going to have to deal with in handling the expected side effects that will occur in the 24 to 48 hours after injection. And while I'm gratified that there will be some guidance, I was wondering if that might be previewed today, such that there could be some public discussion of whatever those recommendations may be. Over.
Any comment from the group?
Dr. Romero, this is Dr. Cohn. If you could, we are welcome to share that. If we could take one more question and answer it first, we just need 1 second to make sure we are pulling up the right language before we share it.
Thank you.
Sharon, I also had a comment on that. I was concerned yesterday about the language about how sites should be prepared to manage an anaphylactic reaction. And one of the pieces in there was about airway protection, relating, I'm assuming, to intubation. And most places that give vaccines aren't able or capable of intubating individuals, if that's what it was referring to. And so I think we need clarification around that also. Thank you.
And Jose, this is Peter Salaggi. That was exactly my question too. And we're getting questions about do sites need special equipment that they don't normally have for vaccines? And this includes both healthcare sites as well as pharmacies.
Thank you. Let me go back to Dr. Maldonado and see if she's got her audio problems addressed. Dr. Maldonado? I'm sorry, we still can't hear you. Let me move to Dr. Bernstein.
Thank you, Dr. Romero. So I'm in total agreement that this Pfizer vaccine appears to be remarkably safe and amazingly effective. And there's no question that COVID-19 vaccines are key, critically important elements in managing our growing public health emergency. But I still have one lingering concern, and that is the overall inclusion of 16 and 17-year-olds. Why I'm concerned? Because the study data are very limited for this subpopulation in Pfizer's interim analyses. Their protocol amendment to include individuals as young as 16 was only finalized on September 8th, and then this group was followed through November 14th, when data was presented to the FDA. Their demographic table in the VRBPAC briefing document lists only 153 total subjects, 16 to under 18-year-olds, split between the vaccine and placebo groups. This timing obviously also didn't allow a sufficient number of subjects in this age group to be adequately represented for the median follow-up period of 2 months, like the thousands of others in the trial. We also know that the systemic reactions were generally more frequent and severe in the younger age group compared with the older age group, and after the second dose compared with the first. We also saw that grade 3 reactions, 8.8% in the vaccinated group versus 2.1% in the placebo group, were more commonly reported after the second dose. So fortunately, this 16 and 17-year-old age group has not had a disproportionate morbidity and mortality as in the other specific groups. I also appreciate that this younger age group can actively transmit SARS-CoV-2 infection to contacts in their families and communities. Unfortunately, though, vaccine hesitancy is an overall growing concern, and a successful pediatric vaccination program depends on creating and sustaining parental confidence in both the safety and effectiveness of this vaccine. It should be remembered, too, that serious and unexpected side effects might well occur. So in summary for me, if this 16 and 17-year-old age group is included as issued by the FDA and its EUA, I would propose that we consider adding this age group as a special population in these interim clinical considerations, explaining that available data is limited at this time. As many as 2,000 subjects in this 16 and 17-year-old age group are continuing to be studied, so additional data are anticipated in the near future. Thank you.
This is Dr. Oliver. Hi.
Hello. I think sorry, this is Bonnie. Am I here? Am I in now? Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Let's let Dr. Maldonado go. Let's let Dr. Maldonado make her statement, then we'll go back to addressing this.
We'd like to comment quickly to Dr. Bernstein and then move forward. I'm sorry, we just had a very specific comment. Thank you. Just wanted to thank you for raising that very specific issue. We're happy to discuss that addition of that in a clinical consideration, and wanted to let you know that shortly we will be putting up language for the vote and welcome additional discussion around that as well. So yeah, right now we're going to focus on the clinical consideration questions, and then we will move to the language of a specific vote.
All right. Thank you very much. Dr. Maldonado, since you have your audio problem resolved, why don't we go forward with your comment?
Yeah, thank you. My comment now is around two issues. The first is I wanted to support Dr. Eckert and the members of ACOG. We were representatives from AAP were on that call as well. We were very impressed with the subject matter expertise around the issue of mRNA platforms and the lack of evidence for any harm to be caused at this time. And so we are in full support of the recommendations and the support of ACOG, and would recommend that any of those materials, educational materials, also be provided for pediatricians and general providers as well, because many of these pregnant women who will be asking for advice will not be seeking advice directly from their OB providers, but may be coming to pediatricians and others. And we are very supportive of allowing pregnant women and lactating women to receive the vaccine, because the risks of disease clearly outweigh any potential and theoretical risks of the vaccine platform. Secondly, I would like to comment on this issue of what I consider inequity of not allowing 16 to 17-year-olds on no basis for safety differential between 16 to 17-year-olds and 18-year-olds. And I think that there is absolutely no evidence, in my view, that has been presented to in any platform that suggests that there should be any sliding scale of differential safety risks in those populations. And in fact, these are children that are particularly vulnerable because they may be working in frontline situations where they must be in contact with patients and others at risk of infection, and yet may not have access to vaccines. So I'm very concerned about this message being sent out that this vaccine will not be safe in children and has not been proven to be safe in children, because we currently have no evidence that that is the case, and that 16 to 70-year-olds are biologically or physiologically different in their response or their safety risks compared to 18-year-old children, to 18-year-old adults. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Maldonado. Again, I want to remind everyone, let us focus on this part of the presentation. There will be time to make specific comments regarding the 16, 17-year-old later, but let's turn to this. Do you want to address the document that's on the screen, Dr. Oliver or Dr. May?
Yes, this is Dr. Mbaye. So up on the screen right now is the guidance document around infection prevention and control considerations for healthcare personnel with systemic signs and symptoms following COVID-19 vaccination. And I just want to also mention that the contents of this guidance will be part of the planned COCA call for Monday. So further information will be presented there. But the goal of this guidance is to address the concerns raised by a number of committee members around how healthcare systems can manage the expected and common post-vaccination symptoms that people might experience, to avoid them being unnecessarily excluded for work when they only have post-vaccination signs and symptoms, but also to prevent them to be inadvertently allowed to be working with potential SARS-CoV-2 or another transmissible infection. So a lot of these considerations are based on what we have observed in clinical trials, that these systemic post-vaccination signs and symptoms are mild to moderate in severity, occur within the first 3 days of vaccination, and resolve within 1 to 2 days of onset. If you scroll down a little bit, we can just briefly review some of the proposed considerations. So as one of the members mentioned, some of these considerations might include vaccinating healthcare personnel preceding 1 to 2 days off, staggering delivery of the vaccine so that not everybody in a single unit or department gets it at one time, informing healthcare personnel about the potential for these short-term systemic signs and symptoms and potential options for mitigating them, such as acetaminophen or NSAIDs. Also developing a strategy to provide timely assessment of healthcare personnel with signs and symptoms of post-vaccination, including viral testing to rule out infection as a cause, or infectious symptoms, and offering non-punitive sick leave. So the rest of the document has some specific approaches. If you scroll down a little bit through this, there's a table that you can stop here that addresses healthcare personnel with signs and symptoms unlikely to be from COVID-19 vaccination. So how to evaluate these people if people have symptoms that are not consistent with post-vaccination but are potentially consistent with SARS-CoV-2 infection. There are specific approaches recommended. And then if you scroll down again to the next page, this section is for, go up a little bit, this section is for healthcare personnel that have signs and symptoms that may be consistent either with those symptoms observed following vaccination or SARS-CoV-2 infection, since some of these symptoms do overlap. And there are specific recommendations about return to work criteria, testing, et cetera. But again, this will be presented in more detail.
Thank you very much for that clarification. That is very useful. And as we plan for the implementation of this vaccine, I think they're going to come in very handy. Thank you.
Dr. Romero, I just wanted to just to add, sorry to interrupt, I did just wanted to add that we did seek consultation with outside groups such as IDSA and SHEA on this guidance as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. Maldonado, your hand is still up. I just want to make sure that you don't have anything else to say.
Oh, no, sorry. I'll take it down. Sorry.
No need for apology. Just want to be sure. Dr. Rockwell, please.
Hi there, Pamela Rockwell, American Academy of Family Physicians. I just wanted to make a comment on the one slide that was titled immunocompromised persons and giving direction for persons with HIV or other immunocompromising conditions, etc. The way I read the language and the state that these individuals, meaning immunocompromised persons, may still receive COVID-19 vaccine unless otherwise contraindicated. So I was wondering if there was any thought that the autoimmune diseases could be addressed as being okay and safe if somebody has that, because that's one of the most common questions I'm getting from patients and other physicians about patients that have autoimmune diseases and who are on immunosuppressants. Thank you. Excuse me, that would also include transplant patients.
Thanks, Dr.
Thank you.
Rockwell. Oh, sorry. Just to respond to that question, we are also aware that that is a really important group of patients to provide guidance and clinical guidance around. At this time, you are correct. There is no contraindication for vaccination in any of those individuals. Those individuals who are on immunosuppressants, the vaccine may not be as efficacious, but we believe these vaccines are safe in those groups. And we will add a section to address those directly in this document.
Thank you. I think part of the fear is this this myth going around that or concern going around that their autoimmune disease can flare with a hypersensitivity reaction.
Thank you. Ms. McNally.
Thank you. I'm looking at the fact sheet for recipients, and I'm just hoping that someone can kind of walk me through 2 points under the side effects. Under the what you should mention your provider before you get the Pfizer vaccine. So it says have a bleeding disorder or on a blood thinner. So I'm just trying to understand what the issue with those are in relation to this vaccine. And then my second question on this is, it says, or plan to become pregnant. And so I'm wondering what the duration of time is that the clinician would advise the recipient to avoid receiving the vaccine, if they plan to become pregnant, or if they would advise them that. And then finally, moving down, I'm wondering where it says, what are the risks of the Pfizer BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine? And I guess I'm not seeing here where it says anaphylaxis, and I don't know if that needs to be addressed. So I'm posing the question. Thank you.
Thank you. So just to address the first question about people with bleeding disorders or who are on blood thinning medications, this would really refer to those people whose bleeding disorder is so severe that there might be issues with bleeding after vaccination. But that, again, that would be something that they would discuss with their provider.
Ms. McNally, do you feel that that's answered your question?
Is that common for other vaccines?
Ms. Spinelli, that is very similar as what we say in our general recommendations for other vaccines. I do want to remind everyone that the patient fact sheet that I believe you're looking at is the Pfizer fact sheet that was authorized by FDA but developed by Pfizer. So they may have an additional comment on that fact sheet, but the products that CDC will put together will talk about some of the things that are in the Pfizer fact sheet in a way that is more in a way that's more accessible to the individual making the decision or talking to their provider.
Let me ask if Pfizer wishes to comment on that. And Dr. Dormitzer, I know your hand has been up and you've been very patient. we're going to call on you after all the other liaisons and voting members have spoken. But if Pfizer would like to offer comment at this moment about that particular issue.
I think we're asking about the anaphylaxis issue in the EUA patient fact sheet.
Maybe not.
So,
yeah, I think Dr. Romero, we should move
I'd
on.
like Phil Dermott here, Chief Scientific Officer of Pfizer. I think at this point, I think those reactions are currently under investigation. So I think at this point, we're awaiting the results of the investigation. But I have my hand up for a different comment, and I'll wait to be called on for that, the other issues.
Thank you, sir.
It's Susan Mather from Pfizer. If you could repeat the question you had on the anaphylaxis cases from the UK. Was there a question on?
It's okay. So the question was specifically, is there any other language in the patient fact sheet that addresses anaphylaxis beyond the contraindication that individuals with a history of anaphylaxis to vaccine or any of the expedients or ingredients in the vaccine should not be vaccinated? I believe the answer is no, there's not, and that we would, the providers would be relying on additional information from CDC for that clinical guidance, but we just wanted to confirm.
Yes, the language that was agreed to be in the fact sheet with the FDA as of last night is the language that's in there. It's slightly different for the healthcare provider and for the vaccine recipients, but that's what is in those fact sheets is the summation of it.
Thank you. Dr. Kim, sorry, Dr. Kim.
Hey, I'm sorry. I want to go back. Sorry about the guidance on the plan to become pregnant. What's the duration of time that's advised on that by the clinician?
This is Dr. Oliver. CDC is not going to have recommendations around that. The Pfizer fact sheet is independent of what CDC's recommendations necessarily are going to be around pregnancy, and we'll make sure that the information that CDC has around pregnancy will be posted soon in conjunction with ACOG and AAP and everybody that was mentioned previously.
Ms. McNally, any other comments or clarifications that you need?
No, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Dr. Kim, I cut you off. Go ahead, please.
Oh, thank you. For a general community member who's in quarantine for possible exposure to COVID, the proposed recommendation is that he or she wait until the quarantine period is over to receive the vaccine. I agree with the reason behind this proposed recommendation. However, for the person in quarantine, the quarantine period may overlap with a period of some protection that may be rendered by the first dose of the messenger RNA vaccine. Akin to a potentially exposed person in the community seeking COVID testing, a person in quarantine, particularly in priority populations, might consider the vaccine to be very important, if not life-saving. I want to be sensitive to public perception, so I'd like to ask this question. By withholding the vaccine for a general community member who's in quarantine for whom the vaccine would otherwise be indicated, to put it simply, is a potentially beneficial medical intervention being denied, albeit temporarily?
Thank you for that comment.
Thank you. Okay, I see no other hands. Dr. Dormitzer, please.
Yes, Phil Dormitzer here, Chief Scientific Officer for viral vaccines at Pfizer. During the discussion, two requests for additional information from Pfizer came up that I think I can address. One has to do with the developmental and reproductive toxicity study. There are questions as to the timing and any preliminary information. we plan to have a quality-controlled final report on that study ready for submission to FDA later this month. And what I can say at this point is the preliminary data show no indication of either a developmental or reproductive toxicity. The second question that came up is regards the identity of the other licensed medication that shares some components with the vaccine. And that medication is Onpatro. And maybe people may not be familiar with it. That's Onpatro, or generic name Patisiran, Patissiran. It's a medication that to treat a polyneuropathy caused by hereditary ATTR amyloidosis. Like the vaccine, it contains RNA. It shares two lipids, cholesterol and DSPC, and has two other lipids that are not the same, but are of similar classes, an ionizable aminolipid and a pegylated lipid. It's used in far greater quantity than the vaccine. And in the question I heard about it, there was a question about contraindication, and I just wanted to clarify that we brought it up before because we were asked, is there another medication that shares any components, not because we have any particular concerns. It was simply for information because people want to know if there is another medication that shares some components with the vaccine.
Thank you for those comments, for the clarification. Dr. Lee, I see your hand is up.
Yes, I just wanted to follow up on Ms. McNally's point. I think, it's sorry, it's taking me a little while to register all this, so I appreciate the EUA fact sheets, and I actually, looking through the CDC Vaccine Communication Toolkit website, it is incredibly helpful and incredibly rich with information. I think the reason perhaps the question is relevant is for those who are setting up vaccination clinics. I had kind of been assuming that the EUA fact sheet would be the corollary to the VIS, which I recognize it is intended to be. But just in terms of usability and being able to educate more fluidly, I think some of the CDC communication toolkit information is actually really helpful information to also provide. And so I'm just trying to figure out what the most efficient way is to educate our folks. So our calls could just
Thank you, Dr. Lee. So to clarify, you're correct that the patient fact sheet is substantially longer than the VIS statement. We do have a CDC product that is a one, maybe both sides, but one pager that is more consumer friendly and more similar to the information that would be on a VIS statement. We are just reviewing those two, the developed product with the EUA language to make sure it aligns. So that will be put up on the same healthcare toolkit where all of the other information is. I also want to let you know that we also are working on and finalizing a screening checklist type of tool for providers to use who need to ask, to take them through a series of questions, not that many, to screen patients prior to vaccination about whether or not they would need more information, such as information about pregnancy and lactation, or information about any of these other issues. And so we are working on that, and that will also be available in the near future, especially after we finalize our clinical considerations using the input that you guys have given us all today.
Thank you so much. Could I just clarify one? So I very much appreciate that, and I'm really grateful that CDC has worked so hard on these communications. And I recognize, again, just sort of it's impossible to build communications when the information gets just released, 24 hours before, not even. But as vaccinators, should we be giving out the EUA fact sheet plus perhaps a more user-friendly fact sheet? Is that the intent? Are both going to be required?
Yes, that would be our intent, is to have the requirement is to provide the patient with the EUA fact sheet, but we will have additional materials that we are hopeful providers will use, and we'll continue to promote this toolkit so that people can download these information sheets and provide them to patients.
Thank you. We are appreciative.
Thank you. Dr. Paling.
All right, so I want to follow up on Dr. Lee's question, and I may have misunderstood. So first of all, thank you to everybody who's trying to create very patient-friendly information as we prepare for vaccination. I understand this, Pfizer has produced an EUA fact sheet. Is the CDC also performing, is it also called an EUA fact sheet?
No, I do not have the title of the document. The title of the document will be more something like what you need to know about, information for patients about the Pfizer COVID-19 vaccine. It does not look the same or appear to be the same, and it's clearly identified as a CDC product and different than the Pfizer EUA fact sheet. And over.
Okay, perfect. So there will be a Pfizer EUA fact sheet, and then what you need to know about the vaccine from the CDC, and both are recommended to be distributed. That's fantastic. So then the second question is about the screening checklist tool for vaccination. And when I looked at the writing and the wording for pregnant or lactating women, the choice was given to them about if they wanted to get vaccinated or if they wanted to seek additional information from their physicians. I wanted to make sure that in the screening checklist, we are not creating a barrier and requiring additional things for pregnant or lactating women.
This is Dr. Messonnier. Again, we've had the benefit of ongoing counsel with ACOG and AP and other partners in this space for weeks as our team anticipated the need to be clearer in this space. And so, we will be following their lead, agree with the concern about not wanting to create barriers and the need to balance ensuring that folks are fully informed. We are happy for all your comments. As Dr. Lee said, it's sort of the materials that you're talking about are coming. Many of them were drafted out and sort of mocked up in advance, but since the EUA just came through last night, and frankly, we wanted to get your feedback on some of these clinical considerations now. We're not finalized yet, but our intention and our plan is to have a whole set of materials available before the vaccine is available in jurisdictions, which is Monday. That being said, you should anticipate us continuing to refine and produce additional materials rapidly over the course of the week. So we'll get up what we can this weekend, but expect, frankly, every day this week for there to be more materials, and the same next week if we go according to plan and there's a second vaccine. So hear everything. Wish we would have had it in advance, but time just isn't our friend in this setting. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Messonnier. I want to remind voting members and anybody making comments that we want to stay within the discussion points listed on your screen. These fine points of the wordsmithing and what needs to be contained in the document can be worked out afterwards. So let me go on to another question or comment by Dr. Talbot.
Yes, and I have something to go along with those questions. So something I would like to be included in the clinical considerations, maybe not today, but in the near future, as y'all are planning on updating this regularly, is the idea of the drive-through vaccination. I think that is something that many of us have thought of as an efficient way of giving this vaccine to reduce contact and spread of COVID among people coming to get vaccinated. The current guidelines would discourage that due to the 15-minute wait and the 30-minute wait. But I'm hoping as we learn more data about these allergic reactions and can better define what it is and and reduce the risk, I think it would be nice if there was some kind of comment on the idea of a drive-through. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Bernstein.
Just thank you. I just had a quick question about whether or not the written consent is required at all for the special populations, or whether it's just distribution of the EUA and possibly other materials from the CDC.
This is Dr. Oliver. Under an EUA, there is no consent, informed consent that has to be obtained for any population to receive the vaccine under an EUA.
So I want to thank everyone for their comments or questions, and we're now going to move on to another topic, which is we're going to look at some slides that Dr. Cohn tells me that she would like discussion on and with regard to proposed language. Am I correct, Dr. Cohn?
Yes. As we're pulling up this, the next set of slides, I will just clarify that while there's no informed consent that requires signature, there is assent, and there is an expectation that individuals will be informed about the vaccine through the patient FAQ sheet, and that patients will have the choice to be vaccinated. Okay, thank you. This is Dr. Oliver. So wanted to walk through the policy questions that are being proposed and any future language for votes. So the policy question is, should vaccination with the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine be recommended for persons 16 years of age and older under an emergency use authorization? Next slide. I just want to remind the ACIP members the summary of the workgroup interpretations and that the balance of consequences, the desirable consequences clearly outweigh the undesirable consequences in most settings, and that the type of recommendation proposed by the workgroup is we recommend the intervention. Next slide. Proposed language for the ACIP vote is the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine is recommended for persons 16 years of age and older in the U.S. population under the FDA's emergency use authorization. Next slide. For the there would also be a vote to for an amendment to the adult and child and adolescent immunization schedule, with the language for that vote being to recommend the proposed amendment to the 2021 adult, child, and adolescent immunization schedules, which I'll detail further. Next slide. So for the adult schedule, a text box on the notes page has been added that states ACIP recommends the use of COVID-19 vaccines within the scope of the emergency use authorization or biologics license application for the particular vaccine. Interim ACIP recommendations for the use of COVID-19 vaccines can be found at, and then there's a link to the ACIP COVID-19 vaccine recommendations page. The purpose of this statement is to address the timing for coverage under the ACA covered health insurance plans. The CARES Act shortened the effective date of ACA coverage from 1 year to 15 business days after the ACIP recommendation and CDC director adoption. That means that insurance companies will have 15 business days after the Pfizer recommendation vote and adoption until they will be mandated to cover COVID-19 vaccine administration fees. By generically listing COVID-19 vaccines rather than just the Pfizer vaccine in this ACIP-ACA recommendation, the intent is to cover all COVID-19 vaccines after the initial 15 business days effective date is met, so there will be no delay in coverage as additional COVID-19 vaccines are recommended. Next slide. And here is the child and adolescent schedule notes page with the same addition. So if we'll go back to slide 3 with the proposed interim recommendation, and I'll open that up for discussion. Thank you.
Dr. Cohen, do you want to clarify if those individuals with conflicts of interest can comment on these proposals?
Thanks, Dr. Romero. No, as we begin the deliberation of the language to vote on, the members with conflicts of interest should abstain from discussion.
So for those that joined late, I will specify Doctors Atmar, Fry, and Hunter have indicated they have conflict of interest that preclude their ability to vote and discuss this portion of the session. So we're open for discussion, and I see Dr. Bell.
Yes, thank you. I wanted to I want to talk for a moment about how it is envisioned that this recommendation will be tied to the allocation recommendations. I had thought that we were going to somehow or another explicitly say that. And without that, I'm quite concerned that there's going to be some confusion with this language. I say without some recognition that while this is a general recommendation, that's fine, but that this is not that the ACIP is saying that everybody should go out and get vaccinated, and especially tying it to the schedule and not having anything in the schedule that says during there's an allocation scheme here. I'm concerned that people may try to game the system, and also that just everybody's going to be very confused about what is the ACIP recommending. Are we actually recommending this right now for everyone 16 years of age or older in the U.S. population? And so I would be much more comfortable. This language is okay for what it is, but I would be much more comfortable if we could please be explicit about the fact that the current interim recommendation is being made in the time of constrained supply, and therefore the specific populations covered are included in an allocation recommendation. And then obviously currently it's healthcare providers and people who live in long-term care facilities. So I would like some additional discussion about this and hear CDC's perspective, because as I say, if I were John Q. Public, I would be very confused.
Dr. Romero, this is Dr. Messonnier. If it's okay for CDC to respond?
Please do.
Dr. Bell, thank you very much for that comment. We very much concur as to the importance of not having this language lead to confusion about the situation we find ourselves in currently, which is a situation where there is limited supply and therefore a careful attention to prioritization. While it's not in the actual recommendation language, in the draft MMWR, there is language that frames it in exactly what you're asking, and perhaps it might be helpful if we read the language in the this is the draft MMWR language, so you can sort of hear it in context.
This is Dr. Oliver. The sentence included in the draft language of the MMWR states, the recommendation for the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine should be implemented in conjunction with ACIP's interim recommendation for allocating initial supplies of COVID-19 vaccines, with a reference to link directly to the previous publication of the MMWR interim allocation recommendations.
Okay, that's great. I don't want to monopolize the conversation, but I will still say that
I would be happier if that language was included in the vote, in the wording for the vote.
Dr. Bell doesn't need a second for this, but I think that she has a very good point.
Yeah, so this is CDC. Again, we understand your point, but we have actually gotten counsel here at CDC, and it is not possible for us to include that language in this way. Part of the issue, again, is that this is a recommendation to use or not use a vaccine. While we will ensure that in all the communication we link the two, the actual recommendation is a recommendation for the vaccine or not for the vaccine. And therefore, we really can't proceed with the language that links them in the way that you asked. Again, we did check on that and are very clear with the conclusion that that's not going to be possible. But again, in our communication material, which frankly sometimes I think is more important because that's what the public and healthcare professionals see, we will frame it in the way that you heard with the linkage to the prioritization. And I would point out that, we expect in the next months for the supply to increase such that we move on from these early prioritization recommendations and would not want to have to come back to ACIP every time we change phases. And so that's also the reason that we've been asked to keep this in the way that it's written now and not link it to the prioritization recommendation. Over.
Thank you for that clarification and the context in which this is being proposed. Dr. Bell, did you have any other comment that you wanted to make?
No, thank you. Thank you.
Okay. So let me clarify one thing. I see some hands from liaison members up, and at this point we are specifically requesting comments from the voting members only because this is something that they will vote on. So I'm sorry if I don't mean to exclude you. Dr. Lee.
Thank you. I did want to endorse support for ensuring that this recommendation could be used flexibly because we anticipate we might go into phase 1B and 1C, and so would appreciate not having emergency meetings every time we moved into another phase, as long as our intent is clear. So agree with Dr. Bell's intent and making sure that gets communicated clearly, that this is assuming that there's limited supply, that the allocation framework recommended by ACIP would be used accordingly. The only other thing I wanted to mention is I also appreciate that this states under the FDA's emergency use authorization. I actually think that's an important addition with regard to the fact that we discussed yesterday the importance of re-reviewing the grade and the ETR with additional information when the BLA comes up, which we hope will happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Alt.
Dr. Romero, if it's appropriate, nobody else has any other comments, I'd be glad to make a motion that we accept this language.
Dr. Cohen, can we accept the vote, accept the motion at this time?
Dr. Romero, that is your decision, but there was a motion that was just put on the table, so if somebody wants to second it, that would be okay.
Very good. I just wanted to make sure we weren't jumping out of schedule if you had something else for us to look at. Very good. May I please have a second? Dr. Paling, was your hand up to second? Dr. Sanchez, is your hand up to second?
Yes, it's fine. I agree with the language and with all that's been discussed with respect to the allocation as well. So, yes, so I second it, yes.
Very good. So we have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Okay. We will take a vote on this. Go ahead, after public comment, of course, but go ahead, Dr. Cohen. Were you going to say something?
No, I just saw Dr. Lee raised her hand, and I wanted to let you know.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see that. I was looking down at the computer. Yes, Dr. Lee, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a brief statement before we voted. just a couple of key points, and thank you for the opportunity. Number one, I want to emphasize to the public who are listening to this meeting that we have absolutely followed our routine process using the GRADE and the ETR framework in open ACIP meetings, as we do for all vaccines. I did want to make a statement that some of the concerns about the speed of approval, and this is at multiple steps, and I recognize we are yet to vote, but I wanted to get this out before the vote, have been raised. But I also wanted to emphasize that we have a process that's timely and responsive to the pandemic. I truly hope that the ACIP deliberations have emphasized that these deliberations have been thorough, transparent, and timely, and reassures the public, regardless of the outcome of the vote. I also wanted to, again, highlight the imbalance that was brought up earlier between the investment in vaccine development and supply chain and the investment in vaccine delivery infrastructure. As you know, part of our evidence recommendation framework does think critically about values, acceptability, resource use, and implementation considerations. And as part of that infrastructure is this robust communication and outreach program that's needed in order to actually enhance access, acceptability, and the real world use of the vaccine. So we saw estimates of $8.5 trillion impact on health alone, and that doesn't even consider the economic impact to individuals and families across the U.S. And we did see a $10 billion investment in vaccine development and distribution, which has been extremely successful. Yet we're hearing in the news that only a small fraction, maybe several hundred million, has been invested in the delivery infrastructure. And so, I'm making this plea to our lawmakers that they support the public health infrastructure, which is really needed to respond to this pandemic. I am confident we will do our job at ACIP, and I hope that others will also follow through in the support that's needed for this vote to be a successful one.
Thank you. Does anyone else wish to make a comment? There will be time for comment after the vote also.
So, Dr. Romero, I just want to remind everyone that the motion is on the table. We will go to the next one when there's no more discussion around this one, and then take public comment and then return for the ACIP members to vote. ACIP members will have the opportunity to comment on their vote, make a statement about why they voted the way they did after the vote. But if any liaison organizations want to make any comments regarding the vote, this is the time to do so now.
Thank you, Dr. Cohn. Liaisons, please. I'm not seeing any.
So we have one more slide. This is the language for the amendment to the 2021 adult and child and adolescent immunization schedule that we recommend the proposed amendments to the 2021 adult and child and adolescent immunization schedules that were presented previously.
Very good, thank you. I see a hand by Dr. Paling.
Yes, I wanted to make a motion to approve this amendment, or this wording.
Thank you. We have a motion to approve this recommendation. Dr. Bata, your hand is up after her. Did you wish to make a comment or a motion or second?
I would like to second the motion.
Thank you. So we have a motion and it has been seconded. Do we have comments from the ACIP members at this time? Not seeing any, let me open it up to the liaison members. Again, not seeing any, let me move it back to Dr. Cohen for the next language proposal to be considered.
So, Dr. Romero, this is, we combined the childhood, adolescent, and adult immunization schedules, so we are complete with the proposed votes that we would, with the motions that we would like for ACIP to make today. I propose we take a break until 1:45 and return for the public comment session at that time.
May I ask a question, Dr. Cohen?
Of course.
So I may not have the final schedule in front of me, but for the vote, for clarification for me, we have 3 votes. Will the vote then be 2 votes, one for the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine and the second for this proposal before us?
Yes, apologies. Actually, I am looking at the agenda now and I do see we have 3 votes listed, but in the same way that we voted on the adult and child immunization schedule as a single vote in October, we can do the same with the amendment because we combined that vote in October. So there will be 2 votes after the public comment session.
Thank you. So I point that out to the voting members, the liaisons, and the public listening. There will only be 2 votes when we return after the public comment. So we will go into a break for 15 minutes. We'll come back at 10 minutes before the hour. Thank you all very much. 5 minutes to reconvene the meeting.
Okay, I'm going to call in. Okay, I need to
Please don't forget to mute your speakers, please.
Dr. Romero, this is Amanda. Can you hear me?
I can.
Great. I
Yes.
have that it is 1:50. Do you want to,
Yes.
are you ready or do you
Yes.
want to give? Okay, great.
No. All right. So we'll begin now with the public comment session. Unless Dr. Cohen, you have anything else to say before we begin it?
No, go for it.
Thank you. At the onset, I'd like to welcome and thank the public comment speakers for addressing the committee today. Your comments are very important to our deliberations and votes. All speakers today submitted a request in advance of the meeting, and the final list of public commenters was determined by a lottery. I want to point out to the speakers that we have an extremely limited period of public comment. In order to make it through all of the listed speakers, it is extremely important that each of the speakers limits his or her comments or remarks to 3 minutes. There is a circle on your computer screens that indicates the time remaining. It will cycle through 3 phases of color. When you reach the end of your time, you will hear me say, thank you for your comment. Your time has expired. If you exceed that time by 15 seconds, you will hear from me. As a courtesy to other speakers, we ask that you conclude your comment. And then if you continue to speak for another 15 seconds, I will state your comment time has ended. Thank you. And we will cut the microphone. So again, thank you for making the time to speak to us today. Let me just get the first speaker. So let's begin with Mr. David Curry. Mr. Curry, please state your affiliation and then your comments, please.
Thank you. This is David Curry, president of the GE2P2 Global Foundation and head of its Center for Vaccine Ethics and Policy. I'm also affiliate faculty at the Division of Medical Ethics at NYU's School of Medicine. By way of disclosure, our foundation receives support from a range of individuals and organizations, including Pfizer and the Gates Foundation, to support a free weekly digest reviewing peer-reviewed literature and global strategic developments in immunization and public health. Our comment focuses on a key element supporting responsibly and ethically sound deployment of the Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine and others likely to follow very soon. This key element involves the information to be presented to recipients and caregivers as they are offered or seek vaccination. We argue that this information must be clear, must be appropriately written and presented for limited literacy and reading levels, be broadly translated for the diverse populations that will need to be vaccinated, and otherwise present alternative vaccine options as they become available, and be otherwise supportive of recipients in making well-informed decisions to accept the vaccine. We recognize that the FDA emergency use authorization does not require formal informed consent, and that the information to be provided at a minimum is via the fact sheet for recipients and caregivers. In examining the EUA fact sheet now posted, we note that it is presented in text only, with no graphical information to assist recipient comprehension, even though the fact sheet for providers does include graphical information, is presented at a reading level that does not appear to align with lower reading or literacy levels, and is limited to a document in English, with no translations posted or any indication that translations will be posted. We are enthusiastic that Dr. Cohn at the ACIP meeting December 1st reported that additional supporting information was in development to enable informed consent for individuals offered vaccines in long-term care facilities. The CDC toolkit now posted, apart from that focus to healthcare workers, appears to be generic and for all recipients. And apart from the limited depth of that content, these web resources seem to be available only in English. We are concerned that, especially with the mention of assent today, the posted content will not be robust enough to effectively respond to the information needs of long-term care individuals and caregivers, or to the serious levels of vaccine hesitancy operative across many vulnerable and hard-to-reach populations. We energetically urge, and are confident that CDC will extend its best efforts to enhance these materials, and we urge ACIP to continue to closely assess the supplementary information.
Thank you for your comment. Your time has expired.
As it emerges to ensure that it adequately supports the intent of its recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Our next speaker is Mrs. Barbara Lofke. Mrs. Lopke?
Yes, my name is Barbara Lepke, and I speak on behalf of many concerned Americans like myself. The ACIP committee is the last gatekeeper protecting the American public. We all know that the president has pushed for fast-tracking these vaccines. We all know that the vaccine manufacturers are for-profit companies that stand to make hundreds of billions of dollars. We hope you remember that you have no duty to them. You have a duty to the American public, to each person, a duty to do no harm first. The public who will rely on your recommendations for this fast-track vaccine won't have heard the words and phrases I've heard while watching these meetings the last few months. Words like should and probable and potentially. Phrases like, we don't know yet. We'll know as the study progresses. We'll know that in the future. We hope to have that answer soon. We estimate and we believe. And comments like, we have no data on reverse transcriptase of the RNA into DNA. Well, it's possible. We don't think so. Or so the vaccine doesn't prevent transmission? That's correct. We have no data on that. We know that the Pfizer chairman, Albert Bourla, has even admitted that the company was not certain its vaccine prevented the coronavirus from being transmitted, saying, this is something that needs to be examined. It's obvious that this vaccine has not been thoroughly tested yet. I have great concern, as do many, as I listen to the committee members find ways to try to explain away the concerns of the vaccine in areas such as pregnancy and anaphylactic reactions, rather than turning to the manufacturers to make it safer. If you vote yes, will you inform the public that there are many questions that still have not been answered about this vaccine? That there are still questions about the long-term effects? Or will you try to dismiss those in order to increase the vaccine uptake? In discussions about vaccine hesitancy by the committee, I never hear the committee admit that the CDC has a spotty history with minorities. The public has not forgotten the CDC's Tuskegee experiment, the MMR experiment on babies, or the years of sterilization procedures done on the incompetent. Don't let this fast-track drug become another cautionary tale for the CDC. I hope you take this all seriously. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for those comments. Our next speaker is Mr. Kubitz. Mr. Kubitz.
Thank you. Based on all the available evidence, including 90% reduction in cases between vaccinated and placebo recipients, antigen titers, and data on adverse events, the BNT162b2 vaccine appears safe, efficacious, and having a highly positive benefit-risk ratio for patients from 16 to over 75. It is appropriate to allocate the first doses to healthcare workers. According to Dr. Dooling's MMWR report of December 3rd, there have been 245,000 cases of COVID-19 and 858 COVID-related deaths among U.S. healthcare personnel. The guidance for identifying injection effects and separating those from COVID-19 infection should also be available to long-term care facilities and staff, where a high priority for the age group over 65, in which 70% of deaths has occurred, is necessary. I have a relative in assisted living where there have been 5 coronavirus cases in staff and 3 among residents. Allocation of the vaccine should also be prioritized for American Indian and Alaska Native communities which experience disproportionately high infection and mortality, including among persons aged 20 to 49. Their COVID mortality has been around 8 to 10 times higher than among white persons, according to Dr. Jessica Arizola's report of December 11th. The Moderna vaccine, which has a similar structure, mechanism of action, encoding messenger RNA for the coronavirus spike protein, and similar efficacy, should also be approved quickly. There also need to be tools for telling the public and doctors about their place in priority allocation phases to avoid tying up doctors' offices and phone lines with people seeking information about vaccine availability and their priority. In addition, the public health infrastructure should have multiple vaccines approved so that urban areas with ultra cold storage can receive those vaccines, and rural areas which do not have access to the same stringent logistical requirements can obtain other vaccines. And as we know, under an EUA, these are not approved, so other vaccines are also available for EUA. Thank you to the ACIP, thank you to the FDA, and as someone said, let's get the logistical supply infrastructure out there. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Mr. Peter Matz. Mr. Matz.
Good afternoon, and what an exciting day it is. I think we can all see the light at the end of the tunnel after FDA's authorization last night. My name is Peter Matz, and I'm here representing FMI, the Food Industry Association, where I'm the Director of Food and Health Policy. First and foremost, thank you to the Advisory Committee for your leadership and tireless efforts to provide guidance, not just to the CDC, but to all of the states and jurisdictions modeling their plans after your recommendations. The importance of the COVID vaccines can't be overstated, and FMI greatly appreciates all of your hard work. By way of background, as the Food Industry Association, FMI works with and on behalf of the entire industry, from retailers who sell to consumers and producers who supply the food, all the way to supermarket pharmacies, to advance safer and more efficient consumer supply chains for both food and pharmaceuticals. In total, FMI member companies operate around 33,000 grocery stores and 12,000 pharmacies, ultimately touching the lives of more than 100 million U.S. households per week and representing an industry with nearly 6 million employees. FMI appreciates this opportunity to share feedback. First, we strongly support ACIP's recommendation to prioritize healthcare personnel in the initial phase of COVID vaccine allocation, and we thank the committee for clarifying that this includes pharmacy workers. Supermarket pharmacies stand ready to be part of this historic vaccination effort, and supermarkets are also prepared to offer sites for vaccine administration and support for outreach efforts on the importance of getting vaccinated while they continue providing nutrition, supplements, and pharmacy services in the interim. Having said that, FMI respectfully requests that food industry essential workers be prioritized for COVID vaccinations after that initial phase of vaccine allocation. Designated by the federal government as part of the nation's critical infrastructure, the food industry has continued, bolstered, and at times shifted operations to ensure American families across the country have access to our products. And prioritizing COVID vaccinations for these workers would allow a key intervention to protect the food supply and keep supply chains operating. Therefore, we ask ACIP to follow the examples set by the National Academy's final framework for COVID vaccine allocation, which recommends prioritizing food industry essential workers behind healthcare workers and certain high-risk populations, and also the CDC's updated COVID vaccination program playbook, which suggests that states and jurisdictions consider including food industry workers in Phase 1B. And finally, we would also ask ACIP to consider prioritizing workers supporting the supply of personal hygiene, household, and commercial cleaning products. The latter is especially significant as consumers, retailers, and the food sector, among others, are being directed to use cleaning supplies, sanitizers, disinfectants, and other hygienic supplies to prevent the spread of COVID. So please do keep in mind the importance of those workers supplying critical personal and commercial cleaning supplies, as well as other essential consumer goods. FMI appreciates the opportunity to provide input on this critically important initiative.
Thank you for your comments. Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Julie Russell. Ms. Russell.
Hello. Thank you, committee, for your hard work in providing the best for our country. As an elected representative of the Coronado Unified School District, I am speaking today to request that the critical decision makers on your committee prioritize teachers, frontline school staff, and at-risk students in receiving the vaccination. Our teachers have provided distance learning instructions since the imposed school closure. In surveying our stakeholders, students, and parents, we have learned that instruction provided solely through distance learning platforms cannot fulfill the academic and social emotional needs of all of our students. Despite our best efforts over the last 9 months, some students are not thriving. We acknowledge there's still risk from the spread of COVID-19 and that until there is a widespread vaccine available for all, strong mitigating efforts must be maintained. Masks, social distancing, sanitation efforts will be with us for at least the remainder of the school year. However, access to the vaccine for our staff would ensure our students can be with us in person. We ask that you recognize the importance of the safety of our staff and how many young lives each of them touch. We need our educators to be confident in returning safely to the classroom to resume the invaluable and essential work of educating our students. This is especially important in the public sector, where strong union influences hesitate to returning teachers back to the classroom. To provide an equitable opportunity for all American children, I'll even go out on a limb and say this is a critical thing for our wider economy. It is important to get our kids back into the classrooms, and the first step on this would be a prioritization of vaccinating staff. Thank you very much for this critical consideration. And those are my comments.
Thank you very much for those comments. Let me ask Mr. John Allen to come forward.
Yes, hi, thank you. Good afternoon. I'm John Allen, Vice President for Regulatory Affairs and International Standards with the International Dairy Food Association, which represents the nation's dairy food manufacturing and marketing industry. However, I'm here today representing a broader alliance of food, agriculture, and consumer goods industries associations to ask for your help and to express our thanks to CDC staff and members of the ACIP for your dedication to getting our country through these unprecedented times as quickly and as safely as possible. We fully agree that Phase 1B prioritization of the workforce is a needed defense measure to ensure that our essential workers are protected, remain healthy, and can continue ensuring the production and distribution of safe food and other necessary consumer goods to sustain the U.S. population through the pandemic. But we need your help to make this happen. Please continue to recognize and prioritize access to COVID vaccines for frontline and other essential employees across our critical infrastructure sectors. Without your support for prioritization, our supply chains could eventually fall apart, creating widespread disruptions to our economy. And as the country is on the cusp of initiating the COVID vaccination campaign, yesterday we submitted written comments into the docket for this meeting, laying out suggested guidelines for sub-prioritizing among essential workers within our sectors for vaccination, when necessary, particularly during phases 1B and 1C, when supplies are expected to be limited. We will be sharing these guidelines with state governors and public health departments at all levels across the country. As vaccine allocation and needs at the local levels will vary inevitably from state to state and locality to locality, these guidelines will likely need to be tailored by local public health officials in coordination with companies within these sectors. To this end, we are encouraging our member companies across the country to reach out to their local health departments, begin discussing plans for vaccination of their employees immediately, including identification of those employees who should receive the first rounds of vaccinations. There is indeed very strong support among the public for government partnering with private sector to distribute vaccines to essential workers, so I urge you to help us harness that support. To conclude, we offer our help and support in working with CDC and along with other state and local officials in any way we can before and after vaccines are launched, including help in communicating the benefits of vaccination to our essential employees. So please don't hesitate to contact us if you see any such opportunities for collaboration. Thank you, and thanks again for your time today.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker will be Ms. Allison Haygood.
Good afternoon. My name is Allison Haygood. I am a co-author of the book, Your Baby's Best Shot, Why Vaccines Are Safe and Save Lives, and a community college psychology professor. I am here providing public comment as a private citizen and vaccine advocate. I would like to thank the committee for all of your hard work regarding the development of vaccines for COVID-19, for your transparency throughout the process, and for your willingness to invite public comment. I would like to provide public comment on several issues regarding the COVID-19 vaccines. Number one, communities of color, particularly the African American community, have valid distrust of the medical establishment. Thoughtful work with national and local leaders of communities of color is vital to address these communities' concerns in a way that honors their historical experiences. It's important to let these communities take the lead in figuring out what information would be most helpful to address their issues, and to develop a system of allocation and distribution that is equitable across demographic groups to avoid exacerbating existing inequities. Number two, people who are incarcerated and people experiencing homelessness should be prioritized, given that their situations make it difficult to adequately isolate or quarantine, or to obtain masks or facilities for bathing. Incarceration or homelessness should not be a death sentence. Number three, an educational infrastructure for the general public is needed to address concerns regarding the rapid nature of the development of these vaccines. The general public is not aware that the research and development process usually involves a great deal of unused time waiting for various approvals and funding sources, and that all of that wait time was eliminated during the process of prioritizing these vaccines. Providing this information to the general public may alleviate many of the concerns expressed regarding how quickly we have been able to get to this point. My co-author and I, in an article published in the journal Human Vaccines and Immunotherapeutics, proposed a multi-source model of education to address the concerns of people who are hesitant about vaccines. In such a model, everyone with whom a person comes in contact, from public health departments to physicians to nurses in vaccine clinics to scheduling assistants, is a source of accurate information regarding vaccines. In the body of research regarding vaccine education, and in my experience in combating vaccine misinformation, merely providing factual information is unlikely to alleviate concerns regarding vaccine safety and efficacy. Instead, medical and public health professionals would do better by soliciting information on people's specific concerns and target information to those concerns. Since conspiracy theories are already being created regarding these vaccines, the rapid development of an educational program to provide accurate, transparent information is critical. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Ann Lewandowski. Ms. Lewandowski.
Good afternoon. My name is Ann Lewandowski, and I'm representing the Rural Wisconsin Health Cooperative and the Wisconsin Immunization Neighborhood. We would like to thank the committee and work group members for their hard work during a global pandemic when you have many demands on your time. We are deeply appreciative of the committee's thoughts on rural health care personnel. We have been very worried about the feasibility of Pfizer's vaccine with the ultra cold chain and a large minimum order for rural members in Wisconsin. We would like to thank the committee for their thoughts in considering these challenges during the discussion today. We asked the CDC not to ignore the challenges of the ultra cold chain in a large minimum order, as the thermal shippers only serve one location. Subdivisions at the state level mean that the vaccine is distributed into a refrigerated state, which limits stability to 5 days. Our hospitals are busy with the surge, struggling with staffing challenges driven by exposures in the community at work. Furthermore, our informational surveys highlight a workforce that is strongly vaccine hesitant of these vaccines due to the lack of formal information and guidance until very recently. These challenges should not be underestimated. It has been reported that the Pharmacy Long-Term Care Partnership will receive thermal shippers of 125 doses. We hope the CDC considers how to ensure equitable access to this reduced minimum order size across locations that need it, including rural areas. We urge the CDC to release the clinical education materials as soon as possible. As previously mentioned, our hospitals and clinics are seeing a surge in COVID-19 cases and need time to allow staff education required for the storage, handling, and administration of this vaccine. Our providers are anticipating swift delivery of this vaccine with a rapid move to administration. We urge the MMWR to include the thoughtful communications and recommendations for healthcare personnel who have allergic reactions, immunocompromising, and autoimmune disorders, and are pregnant and breastfeeding, and or other special populations you discussed during your conversation today. We appreciate the committee's thoughtful discussion, and personally, I support the comment that autoimmune disorders specifically need to be addressed. I have an autoimmune disorder, and I've heard similar comments about worry for a relapse. And as somebody working in prioritization with my state, I urge the committee to be clear and create consistent recommendations that can be easily applied at the state level, particularly as we move into additional phases, phase 1B, that addresses essential workers. Thank you very much for your time and your efforts.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker will be Mr. Charles Lee, please. Mr. Lee.
Good morning or good afternoon. I am Charles Lee. I am with the American College of Correctional Physicians. These are the docs that take care of the inmates and those incarcerated. I'm also talking on behalf of those incarcerated. There are over 2 million persons incarcerated. 250,000 of them have been infected. That's 5 times the general population. I'm also representing and talking about those who work in correctional facilities, not only the officers, but also the food workers, handlers, those that take care of the maintenance, as well as the medical people. Definitions. There's been some confusion as to definitions of what is what. For example, congregate facilities. Does that in and of itself include jails, prisons, and juvenile facilities? In some of the state's directives, it's not clear. Correctional facilities, clinics, and hospitals. What if a correctional facility doesn't have a clinic? Do they still include their inmates and patients to receive the vaccination? Correctional facility healthcare workers, are they included in the initial phase 1A of healthcare workers? Another factor is age. Generally speaking, they're concerned about individuals greater than 65 years old. Those incarcerated have an advanced age. Their bodies are generally 10 to 20 years greater than their counterparts in the outside. Therefore, should inmates 55 and greater be considered? Essential workers. There are a lot of essential workers in correctional facilities. Please do not leave them out. Children, juvenile facilities, include them. The states need some direction. They are all over the place with their guidelines and plans. Some include correctional persons first, some include them last. Inmates are at risk, a great risk, similar to that of nursing home persons. There's an increased number of minorities, black and brown, in incarcerated facilities. Please take that into consideration, that whereas for the black community it's 13% of general population, but in jails and prisons it's as great as 40%. Again, I thank you for all of the work you've done. We are proud to represent those that are incarcerated and hope that the ACIP takes my thoughts into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Ms. Dorit Reese, please.
Thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Dorit Rice, and I'm a professor of law at the University of California, Casey College of the Law, and a member of the Vaccine Working Group on Ethics and Policy. I wanted to make 4 points. Let's see if I can get through them. First, I'd like to thank the committee for its intensive, transparent work since April, following the vaccine development, asking hard questions, openly providing extensive data on this. ACIP's role overseeing vaccines is unique and critical to ensuring equitable access to safe and effective vaccines. ACIP has been transparently and openly working on this for years, and we appreciate your efforts applying your expertise to this context as well. I also want to remind you that you're not alone in combating misinformation about vaccines. Actors like our friends at the Vaccine Information Center or Vaccinate Your Family work hard to provide information and counter myths, as do a large group of online debunkers in blogs and comments and news. We will continue to respond to misinformation. Second, echoing the comments of the previous commenter, it's imperative to consider prisons as a vaccine priority site. Drawing on my colleague Adara Biran's data, in California, every single facility has a COVID outbreak. A third of the entire prison population has been infected with COVID, and 96 people have died. That's in one state only. Prison authorities are not always quick in taking measures to allow social distancing and addressing the situation. COVID spikes in prisons correlate with spikes in the surrounding and neighboring counties, and offering the vaccine to incarcerated people and requiring correctional officers to be vaccinated as condition of employment is essential, and the hard work of ensuring buy-in and compliance must start now. Third, I appreciate that you recognize the need for clear guidance on the issues of severe allergic reaction and the need to update it moving forward as the evidence arises. I want to reinforce Dr. Paul Offit's comments in the FDA VRPAC meeting on this and the points made here, and ask the committee to make it a priority to figure out which ingredient in the vaccine may cause a severe allergic reaction, because we need to know what's causing this fast, both to safely give vaccines and to respond to concerns of the public. I also hope you will support an urgent study of the safety of the vaccine in those that are known to be allergic to injectables and non-injectables, and appreciate your proposed recommendations that such people be closely observed after vaccination. Finally, although CDC and FDA have previously said that you cannot mandate a vaccine under an EUA, I think that's not a good reflection of the law. The law is ambiguous, and I hope that the committee will ask the FDA commissioner to provide clear guidance in the EUA to private actors what they can and cannot do. Can they impose consequences on refusing a vaccine? Can they require people to wear more PPE if they refuse? Can they require people to be reassigned or even fired? I think business will be looking for ways to encourage vaccines, and they need guidance. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next speaker is Mr. David Schless. Mr. Schless.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak this afternoon to this distinguished body. My name is David Schless, President of the American Seniors Housing Association. Our members offer the entire spectrum of senior living, including independent living, assisted living, memory care, and continuing care retirement communities. On December 1st, this committee recommended that the COVID-19 vaccine be offered to both healthcare personnel and residents of long-term care facilities in the initial phase 1A of the vaccination program. It was widely understood and communicated to the senior living industry by officials of the Department of Health and Human Services that residents of long-term care facilities included, in addition to skilled nursing facilities, the full continuum of senior living care, independent living, assisted living, memory care, and continuing care retirement communities. This was understood when the industry was encouraged to register for the CVS Walgreens Pharmacy Program. As a result, operators of all settings registered their communities in anticipation of being treated as a prioritized population for access to the vaccine. However, we are now learning that while assisted living communities will be included among the initial vaccination groups, independent living settings will not be considered in the 1A group, and it is unclear whether the independent living section of a building with multiple levels is included. We believe this to be incredibly short-sighted and are deeply troubled by this decision, given the resident population living in these communities and that their risk of contracting the virus is just as great as those living in nursing homes and assisted living communities. Residents of independent living are 82 years old on average and have higher rates of cognitive and functional impairment than those living in private residences. Additionally, many senior living communities offer multiple levels of care. To vaccinate the residents in assisted living, but not in the independent living section of the same community, would create confusion, emotional harm, and is simply not efficient in the delivery of the vaccine to the most vulnerable. Our concerns extend to the staff of independent living communities as well. We believe all senior living workers, such as caregivers, dining staff, and others, including those who work in independent living, are an integral part of the essential healthcare workforce and should not be overlooked in the federal plans for vaccine distribution. We ask that as the committee continues to review vaccine prioritization, consideration be given to recommend that all senior living settings, including independent living, be prioritized in the 1A category. Additionally, it is extremely difficult to serve our vulnerable seniors unless the staff in these communities are also vaccinated and free from COVID-19. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Ms. Catherine Falk. Ms. Falk.
Hi, my name is Catherine Falk, and I'm a parent and vaccine advocate in Oakland, California. I want to thank the committee for all your hard work. I appreciate and very much share your concern about myths and misinformation. I've been following and countering the spread of anti-vaccine misinformation online for years. There are broad categories of this misinformation. Some of it is spread by people with, to be blunt, a financial interest in selling services or supplements. But some of it is also passed along by people who are genuinely fearful, who have had a bad experience with the medical system, who don't feel like they can trust mainstream sources. The last 4 years have been terribly corrosive to public trust. Most of all, it's become very clear that racism continues to be a destructive force in our country. I encourage the committee to address the problem of misinformation as much as possible, particularly as it impacts populations that have experienced historical trauma and continue to. Many of these conversations are going to have to take place within communities as opposed to outsiders lecturing. But if the leaders in those communities can be empowered with resources, that would be very helpful. I also hope that the guidance on how to allocate vaccines can include a conscious, deliberate effort to avoid reinforcing systemic racism and existing inequities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is Claire Hannon. Ms. Hannon.
I'm Claire Hannon, Executive Director of the Association of Immunization Managers. Our nonprofit represents the state, territorial, and large urban area public health immunization programs. These amazing government employees have been working with CDC, Operation Warp Speed, state health officials, governors, hospitals, and other stakeholders to plan for the distribution of COVID-19 vaccines. Months of vaccine distribution and logistics planning are now coming to fruition. Guidance on subsequent priority groups is needed immediately. Jurisdictions are working now to plan for vaccine allocations coming in the next month. They need to work closely with providers and communicate clearly with consumers about what to expect. Many have advisory committees and ethics groups designed to assure equity in distribution. They cannot effectively plan and communicate expectations without guidance from the ACIP, and there's tremendous pressure on governors. I want to speak specifically to the dilemma facing jurisdictions with essential workers, those over 65 and those with underlying conditions. There is not consensus across states on how to vaccinate these groups. Some governors have signaled the importance of vaccinating the most at risk, the highest at risk first for hospitalization and death, i.e. the older Americans and those with multiple risk conditions. Yet essential workers may be in harm's way and can spread the virus in communities. The current definition of essential workers is extremely broad. For example, the CISA list for essential workers encompasses almost 60% of the population in North Dakota. These factors could lead to very different approaches across states. I urge the ACIP to provide specific guidance on prioritization as soon as possible. Guidance and educational materials are needed on exactly who should receive the vaccine, especially related to pregnant and lactating women, 16 to 17-year-olds, and those with allergies. Screening questions that can be used by providers would be very helpful, so I'm very glad to hear about the CDC What You Need to Know information for vaccine recipients. I'd like to close by reminding the committee and everyone listening of the dire need for additional funding for state, territorial, and local public health agencies. Public health agencies have received just $340 million, while more than $10 billion has been invested in vaccine research and production. Public health agencies desperately need funding to continue to enroll tens of thousands of providers, to hire community vaccinators and nurses, to purchase equipment and supplies, and to roll out large-scale communication plans with websites, educational materials, and hotlines. Nothing is more important to the success of this campaign than the trust of healthcare workers, nursing home residents, and eventually all Americans in every community in the safety and effectiveness of this vaccine. Resources are needed. Thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment on this truly historic day.
Thank you very much for your comment. Our next speaker is Gina Harrison.
My name is Gina Garrett Harrison, and my son is permanently handicapped.
and medically exempt because of your negligent recommendations. I'm having some issues with the conflicts of interest that your panel's saying that they do not pose, which I would like to ask you how much more of a conflict of interest is having an entire panel of pro-vaccine people recommending vaccines to the entire United States. Where are all the opposing voting members who are also scientists and virologists? And since vaccination is for the public, shouldn't your panel be equally diverse with each side being well represented? We're not only dealing with the pandemic, but we're also dealing with an epidemic of the public's mistrust in your recommendations. And in order for something to be considered science, I believe the public needs to have confidence in you. In your 2020 ACIP meeting in February, you had stated that you didn't even know what the term healthy meant because it had never been defined. This is a huge problem. And in order for something to be rubber stamped, the public needs to be told exactly how these studies are set up, what type of placebo is being used, and which formula placebo is being used. And we are hoping that you know this information. Do you? Is the placebo another vaccine? Is it the vaccine's adjuvant? Is it the lipids that are questionable at best? The public also needs to know the exclusion criteria from the study and how these test subjects were screened to the fullest. They were physically, mentally, and lab confirmed to be the healthiest participant receiving this vaccine. And it's interesting because one of the things that completely disqualified you as a participant was having a history of vaccine reactions such as anaphylaxis or any reaction to any of the components in the study intervention. And something tells me that when somebody checked that box, they finally listened, and I bet they were shooed off really quick. The public also needs to know that this vaccine has not been proven to prevent transmission. You're recommending all these healthcare employees to take this vaccine that may not even protect them against the infection. They'll take it thinking that they're safe, only to have their symptoms reduced, just like whooping cough, and they become super spreaders without even knowing it. The public also needs to know that the 1976 national fake swine flu epidemic that spawned a very strong vaccination push that also generated numerous lawsuits due to the number of deaths that were caused. This is a repeat. It's history repeating itself. And we are so tired of you walking through your job with blinders. We are the ones that are paying for your shady, underhanded, fraudulent data and the lies that you have built this vaccine schedule on. And it's past time that you are held accountable because unavoidably unsafe is
Thank you for those comments. We will move on to our final speaker, Mr. Tom Rosenberg.
Thank you, Dr. Romero. I'm Tom Rosenberg, President and CEO of the American Camp Association. I appreciate the opportunity to address the CDC ACIP committee. On behalf of the ACA and 47 other national out-of-school time youth educational organizations, we have submitted written comments to the committee to ensure that all categories of essential child care workers in all out-of-school time settings are prioritized for early allocation of COVID-19 vaccines within the education sector. This position is in accord with the criteria set forth in the guidance provided by the Department of Homeland Security. Workers supporting the education of our children and adult learners in a myriad of settings qualify as essential critical infrastructure workers as defined by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. The ongoing availability of healthy staff and continuous operation of these valuable out-of-school time programs is critical to the economic recovery of our country. Workers operating in out-of-school time settings such as organized camps, after-school programs, child care, community-based centers and recreation programs provide essential services to early learners and students and to their working parents and caregivers. Hundreds of camps are engaged with their local school districts and municipalities in a variety of ways now as alternative learning centers. Most of these out-of-school programs provide in-person early and K-12 learning support and enrichment, while others facilitate safe and supervised care for children who are participating in distance learning in partnership with families, local municipalities, and school departments. Our workforce has enabled healthcare and frontline workers to attend to their essential duties with the confidence in knowing that their children, infants to teenagers, are being supervised, well taken care of, and benefiting from in-person education. These workers have carried out these duties despite a loss of substantial revenue due to COVID-19 impacts on the economy. As we move ahead into spring and summer, many more community centers, after-school programs, recreational areas, and organized camps are planning to open and hire staff to provide continuing service and care to our children, young adults, and working parents and caregivers. We therefore urge you to include these workers in the CDC ACIP vaccine allocation and distribution recommendations for the education sector to be eligible for Phase 1B access to COVID-19 vaccinations when available. I sincerely appreciate this opportunity to present to the committee and look forward to working with the CDC as a valuable partner as well as others in the implementation and rollout of vaccines to these workers. Thank you all for your hard work and have a good day.
Thank you for your comments, and I want to thank everybody on the public speaking list for their comments. We do appreciate them and we take them into account. So I will now ask the voting members to please open their cameras as we proceed to the vote. Dr. Cohn or Dr. Messonnier, do you wish to address the voting members before we begin?
Dr. Romero, we are pulling up the language for the first vote, but I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Messonnier to make a comment before the vote.
This is Dr. Messonnier from CDC. I just want to thank the ACIP members, liaisons, and ex officio members for the past 2 days, as well as for the multiple past months of their careful thought on these issues, as I think were noted by several members of the public. We look to this committee to be scientifically driven and transparent, and you have certainly fulfilled that responsibility. I know you share with me the burden of the importance of this moment that we find ourselves in after so long and so much work by so many parties around the world. To have this vaccine in front of us available for this vote it is a high honor, and we all understand that if ACIP votes today for this vaccine, this is only one step. There is much work left to do, but it's a hugely important step. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Cohn, may I proceed to take the vote?
Yes, so before we proceed with the vote, I just want to remind all the members to please have their videos on. Give us 1 second. We're going to change the view. We also want to remind all members that we will do both sets of votes, and then we will provide each member an opportunity to make a statement explaining their vote after the vote has concluded.
Thank you very much. For the public, again, I wish to note that 3 voting members have indicated conflicts and will not be issuing a vote. However, I will ask the 3 voting members, when I call your name, to please state that you recuse yourself. Excuse me, I'm sorry. That you recuse yourself. All right. So I will begin calling the roll alphabetically with your chair last, and begin with Dr. Robert Atmar. Dr. Atmar, how do you vote?
Atmar, recuse.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Lynn Bata.
Yes.
Dr. Beth Bell.
Bell? Yes.
I believe I did something out of order here. I should have read the vote. Forgive my error on that. Let me read that vote, the item to be voted on, and then we'll restate the votes. Excuse the error by your chair. So to begin, the question at hand is as follows. The Pfizer-BioNTech COVID-19 vaccine is recommended for persons 16 years of age and older in the U.S. population under the FDA's emergency use authorization. So we will now vote on this, and I will start from the top again. Forgive me. Dr. Kevin Alt.
Alt, yes.
Thank you. Dr. Atmar.
Atmar, recuse.
Ms. Bata.
Bata, yes.
Dr. Bell.
Bell, yes.
Dr. Bernstein.
Bernstein, yes.
Dr. Fry.
Fry, recuse.
Dr. Hunter.
Hunter, recuse.
Dr. Lee.
Lee, yes.
Ms. McNally.
McNally, yes.
Dr. Paling.
Paling, yes.
Dr. Sanchez.
Sanchez, yes.
Dr. Szilagyi.
Szilagyi, yes.
Dr. Talbot.
Talbot, yes.
Romero, yes. Dr. Cohn, the vote is 11 in favor, 3 recused. The motion passes. Next motion, please.
Dr. Romero, I concur with your count, and I want to remind the voting members that on the schedule amendment, all members can vote.
So again, I will read the motion, and we will start alphabetically. And as Dr. Cohn has pointed out, all members may vote. So the motion: recommend the proposed amendment to the 2021 adult and child adolescent immunization schedules. We will begin. Dr. Atmar.
Atmar, yes.
Dr. Alt.
Alt, yes.
Dr. Bata.
Bata, yes.
Excuse me, Miss Bata. Dr. Bell.
Bell, yes.
Dr. Bernstein.
Bernstein, yes.
Dr. Fry.
Fry, yes.
Dr. Hunter.
Hunter, yes.
Dr. Lee.
Lee, yes.
Ms. McNally.
McNally, yes.
Dr. Paling.
Paling, yes.
Dr. Sanchez.
Sanchez, yes.
Dr. Szilagyi.
Szilagyi, yes.
Dr. Talbot.
Talbot, yes.
Romero, yes. Dr. Cohn, we have 14 votes in favor, none opposed, none recused. The motion passes.
Yes, I concur. The motion passes.
Thank you all very much for that vote. We'll now open it up to comments from the members of the ACIP, the voting members of the ACIP. Please go forward, whoever wishes. And I'm sorry, let me just pull the list over.
Give us just a second.
Okay. I see Dr. Talbot is first on the list.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to all the incredible civil servants who have worked tirelessly to make this happen. This is our first kind of big break in this epidemic, and many of our civil servants at both the CDC, the FDA, and the states have been working crazy hours with no extra pay, all to make this U.S. a better place. And I just want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Thank you, Dr. Talbot. Dr. Szilagyi, please.
Yes. First, I wanted to give a really big thank you to everybody who's on this video, to the ACIP voting members, to the liaisons and affiliated organizations whom I so admire. And I really wanted to thank the CDC work group, the COVID work group, the CDC leaders, and the thousands of people at CDC who are working on this pandemic and on the vaccine. I want to say that I voted for the vaccine because of the clear evidence of its efficacy, safety profile, and benefit risk profile based on our evidence to policy framework. I wanted to emphasize that this recommendation is within the context of our prior phased allocation recommendation. And as a pediatrician, I wanted to say strongly that I felt 16 to 17-year-olds should be included in the routine vaccine recommendation for COVID, in the COVID vaccine recommendation, because of the risks from the disease and the lack of any evidence to suggest that the efficacy or safety profile should be different for 16 to 17-year-olds than for 18 to 25-year-olds. I also wanted to re-emphasize what many people and I have said today for the need for substantially increased government funding to actually implement the recommendation. So this is government funding to state and local public health organizations and also funding to health systems and health providers. So I know we're going to have very tough and sad times ahead because of the surge in a limited vaccine supply, but I am really hopeful that this is the beginning of the end of the coronavirus pandemic. Thank you.
Thank you very much here. Dr. Bell has brought something to my attention, and I want to be sure that that something was not amiss. So, Dr. Alt, did I happen to skip you on the vote, sir?
You skipped me because you didn't read the vote, but I voted yes for both proposals.
Okay.
You got me the second time around, so I got to vote. I'm happy.
I'm sorry. Forgive me. Dr. Cohen, do we need to do anything to go back and amend that so that there is no doubt about this vote?
We're good, Dr. Romero.
Okay. Again, your chair begs forgiveness for that oversight. So we will continue with our comments. Dr. Bell, thank you again for the pointing out the oversight, and please go forward with your comments.
Thank you, Dr. Romero. You actually fixed the oversight without my intervention. So I wanted to, first of all, reflect on all of the suffering that all of us here in the United States and around the world are going through under the pandemic, and say that this vaccine and future vaccines do provide a promise of a lot of progress in the future, while, of course, for the moment, our vaccine supplies are going to be limited for quite some time to come, I think. I wanted to say that I do believe that the process that we have used here in the ACIP to reach this decision is transparent, is science-based, keeps equity in mind, and is, for this moment, the absolute best that we can do. I also wanted to recognize people's concerns about this vaccine and other vaccines and new vaccines, and say that oftentimes one consideration or one factor that people consider is they say, well, would you take this vaccine and would you give this vaccine to your family members? And I can say quite confidently that, yes, I certainly will take this vaccine when I'm able, and I would give it to my family members. And I think that the risk-benefit is pretty clear. Finally, I wanted to just raise two important points that have been raised by others, but I'll just also add my voice. The first is the importance of clear communication. And I know that the CDC, as well as many partner organizations, are very skilled in this and stand ready to provide clear communication over and over again. And I would hope that this would be facilitated and this would be recognized as an important component of our vaccination programs. And the second is the point that has been made several times now, which is about funding. And I don't think it's unfair or unreasonable to make a comparison between the amount of money, the billions of dollars that have gone to the development of vaccines. Granted, I certainly recognize what a huge accomplishment that has been and continues to be. But I think that the imbalance between that kind of money and the funding that has been provided for the vaccination programs and for implementation is really shocking and needs to be corrected because we are not going to be able to protect the American public if we don't have a way to deliver the vaccines to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. McNally.
This COVID-19 vaccine offers us hope. It's important to remember that while this vaccine has been developed at an incredible pace and involves new technology, it's gone through all the appropriate regulatory channels and the approval processes have been transparent. The ACIP has held 9 meetings since February of 2020, including this meeting yesterday and today. We've heard over 70 presentations on COVID-19 and the COVID-19 vaccines. We've considered the disease epidemiology, benefits and harms, values, acceptability, feasibility, resource use, and equity. Regarding safety, we saw that reactogenicity events were transient and resolved within a couple of days after onset, and the incidence of severe or serious, adverse events was similar to the vaccine and placebo groups, with 0.6% and 0.5% respectively. Regarding the effectiveness of this vaccine, we saw that overall efficacy was 95%. There are things we don't know yet, but many issues were addressed during the clinical considerations presentation today. By way of example, there are unknowns regarding pregnancy and lactating women, and there's limited data for 16 and 17-year-olds, but additional data will become available. And I was reassured by the comments from ACOG and AAP on these issues. The CDC has done an incredible job, in spite of the immense time crunch, getting information on its website about what to expect after vaccination, the benefits of vaccination, and the latest recommendation for who should be vaccinated. We heard today about the CDC consumer-friendly fact sheet that will be provided to recipients in addition to the EUA fact sheet. Over the past several months, as the consumer representative, I've asked questions I think the public has. I believe the ACIP process has worked. I value the expertise of my ACIP colleagues, as well as the CDC's expertise, guidance, and tireless dedication. The theme that has emerged for me is a commitment to continuously collect, review, and report data. The systems are in place, and that vaccine safety and effectiveness data will continue to inform clinical guidance and recommendation for COVID-19 vaccines. The need for this vaccine is profound. Because the current data support this vaccine, that it's safe and effective for the majority of people, I voted yes.
Thank you, Ms. McNally. Dr. Bernstein.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Romero. I too extend my deep and sincere appreciation to the CDC leaders, COVID-19 work group, the multiple liaisons and partners, and to the public, because together we all will help to make the United States and the world safer. With the pandemic resulting in thousands of deaths each day, keeping equity in mind, and knowing 16 and 17-year-olds are actively being studied, I voted in favor of both items. I also recognize that this teenage group can actively transmit SARS-CoV-2 infection to contacts in their families and communities. I would still propose that we consider adding this age group as a special population in these interim clinical considerations, explaining that available data is limited at this time. Child health providers will benefit from additional specific detail in recommending and discussing COVID-19 vaccines with parents, families, and communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Sanchez. Dr. Sanchez, we are having problems hearing you.
Can you hear me now? Sorry.
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. I also want to thank the CDC and the COVID Workgroup for their amazing and ongoing work. It's been really an amazing and well thought out process. I very much agree with the approval of this vaccine as stated, based on its strong efficacy and safety, knowing that there will be ongoing evaluation on both ends. And also, I really feel that this is a really important beginning in terms of trying to end this pandemic and deal with it in an effective manner. I think that I also would recommend it for myself and my family. I feel very comfortable with this recommendation, but I also feel very strongly that it needs to be allocated in a fair manner based on risk factors, such as we and others here at CDC are doing. Really, thank you for the opportunity to work on this recommendation.
Thank you very much. Do any other voting member wish to make a statement?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Dr. Paling, I'm sorry. There you go.
All right, thank you. Just 12 months ago, COVID-19 pneumonia was first identified. I want to thank the many scientists whose work over decades and the past year has enabled the creation and assessment of vaccines, as well as the many analyses that have been publicly reviewed. I want to thank the many participants of the vaccine trials that have enabled this EUA. I want to thank all those at the CDC, FDA, and many, many more who have worked under incredible time pressure to transparently share the information needed. The collaborative work and sharing data throughout the process has enabled all the processes needed to approve or to submit a EUA and has been fulfilled without any shortcuts. I express tremendous gratitude to all of those in the work group who have diligently informed and prepared us for this moment. The gravity of the COVID-19 pandemic needs to be underscored. Over 15 million Americans have been infected, and over 291,000 have died. Many Americans are experiencing negative impacts from COVID-19. The FDA issued this EUA after a careful review of safety and effectiveness of the vaccine. While more information will continue to become available, at this time, we are asked how to do the greatest good. As the pandemic continues to spread, hospitalizations are at record levels, I vote to make vaccine available by the CDC's prioritization schedule. I will take this vaccine and will recommend it to my family members as well when that time is offered. A highly immunogenic vaccine will also have expected reactions. There are multiple safety monitoring systems and a newly created vaccine safety technical subgroup to carefully review all data. Revisions and update of information are expected and reflect that the process is working. As vaccines begin to be offered, it is important that the vaccine is offered to all within each priority group and will require outreach and communication to achieve the equitable distribution desired. There is much work that needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other voting members that wish to make a statement? Then I'll take this moment to add my comments to the list of comments that have already been made, and many of these have already been covered. But let me begin by thanking everyone at the CDC, the senior leadership, Dr. Cohn, Dr. Messonnier, all of the working group, Drs. Dooling, Oliver, Mumbai, our work group chair, Dr. Bell, the voting members, including Dr. Talbot, and Dr. Lee, and all of the ACIP members, which would take too long to read at this point, the liaisons, the ex officios, and also a group that we have not acknowledged as much as we should, which are the subgroup for vaccine safety. Thank you very much for your efforts and deliberations on this. I want to make a comment for the public in general. ACIP has worked to deliver vaccine to the general public that maximizes benefit, minimizes harm, addresses issues of equity and issues of healthcare disparity. The vote taken today represents the work carried out over 9 months since April of this year. The deliberations have been thorough and have been in depth. No question that we felt was important was left unturned. All data was presented to us as we asked for. There has been a thorough, robust, in-depth discussion. We now present to the general public the ability to prevent COVID-19 disease. These deliberations are important in coming to the recommendations. I want to stress that we have throughout this process looked at safety, and I know that safety is an issue that is of concern to the public. At all stages of the development and approval and further recommendations for this vaccine, safety has been listed as a priority by the FDA and by the ACIP. We hope that the public has a confidence in this. Speaking as a person of color, I am grateful that the pharmaceutical companies, Pfizer, have included minority populations in this study, and we have data from those groups. So I want to thank everyone. I want to also mention that what has been mentioned before, that if and when my turn comes to receive this vaccine, I will receive it without hesitancy. So with that, unless there are other comments by Dr. Cohn, I will gavel this meeting to a close.
Dr. Romero, I just wanted to, before you gavel, I just wanted to remind everybody that at this time we have a whole another 2-day meeting set up for next weekend on Friday, December 18th and December 20th. Same alert and notification if Pfizer issues an EUA for if Moderna if the FDA issues an emergency use authorization for the Moderna product prior to Saturday at 10 a.m., we will move the ACIP meeting to Saturday to do the vote in the same fashion as we did today. And I also want to take 1 minute to tell everyone that we will be having 2 clinical outreach calls Sunday at 2 p.m. Eastern Time and Monday as well. I do not recall the time. At 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for clinicians to get questions answered about this product. So thank you very much to all of you. And Dr. Romero, I'll let you go ahead and end the meeting with your gavel.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure working with you all. Have a good remainder of the day and your weekend. Rest, be safe, take care. I gavel this meeting to a close.
Thank you.
Thanks all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Long-term care facilities, we know, are at the beginning of the line, and various pharmacies are going to help administer the shots in these places. I will say this, Anna, it's a huge distribution and logistical challenge, and it may feel disjointed for people. The priorities in one state may be different than the priorities in the neighboring state. So you may qualify at the front of the line in one state and then, just go over the border, and it may be different. So that may feel disjointed because we don't have there's not a specific national